And Kelly just goes, well, I share an agent with my quarterback, so, that's certainly interesting. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. After decades of decline, the U.S. shipbuilding business has been trying to revive itself of late, and it's found an ally in President Trump, who's incentivizing rebuilding American shipyards and slapping port fees on Chinese vessels. In large part to counter that effort, Dow Jones reports China is launching its own, now creating the world's largest shipbuilder through a $16 billion merger of two state-owned firms. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is warning popular skincare brand Supergoop and other sunscreen manufacturers that products sold in mousse form may not work. The agency told consumers in a post on X after sending warning letters to 5 companies. The FDA is also warning that some mousse sunscreen products resemble whipped cream containers and pose a risk if accidentally ingested. And starting today, YouTube will begin testing out a new age verification system in the U.S. using artificial intelligence to distinguish between adults and kids based on their viewing habits. If the testing works out, YouTube will use it for all users. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the sun goes down, the rivalry heats up. Don't miss another City Connect Friday on August 29th at 6:45 when the Atlanta Braves come to town to face the Phils. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. No shade. Kids 14 and under will love the Brady Plus Trey Turner Performance sunglasses they'll receive on August 24th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Nationals. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday morning, August 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Tony Bruno coming up this morning from Casa de Bruno for the cut sheet at 7:45. Hello, Dawn.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Hump Day, Gregory.
So YouTube today is going to begin testing a new AI-powered age verification system in the U.S., and they're going to test this by watching your viewing habits and seeing if you're actually an adult. You know how it says, if you're not 18, leave now or whatever. Asking for a friend, what if half of your YouTube feed is Peppa Pig for not yourself?
And your kid's SOL, and you're going to have to do the age verification process.
Or porn.
You know, it's amazing. There's probably more porn on YouTube that doesn't get flagged, but God forbid we play, a song or a clip from NBC.
Yeah, somebody's got to get paid, man.
And our whole operation gets throttled.
So hopefully that won't thwart people.
Yeah.
We're being thwarted and throttled.
Is there an age verification on this show? Because there should be. Must be below the age of 18 to watch that. Must have the IQ of
mustard.
Yeah.
We got some good stuff to get to today. A big take on the disparity between economic competency in Washington, D.C. versus criminal incompetency. That'll be the theme of the big take this morning. Also, after a Freedom of Information request, the FAA releases a new drone report from all of the, quote, UFOs that we saw in the last half of 2024. But we're actually going to have to revisit what this current administration said about it because it doesn't pass the smell test. We'll get into that this morning. Surprise, surprise, nobody in America was offended by Sydney Sweeney except a select few. We'll give you the deets on that. And apparently there's this new generational war between old heads and the Utes over how you properly or don't properly check out of a hotel.
Yes.
I didn't think this was a complicated thing. I thought there was only really one way to go about it. But
Checking out of a hotel, yes.
Yeah. We're going to have to get into that today.
We know the proper way to check out of a hotel. Proper.
Because we solve society's problems.
Well, we used to be a proper society. We aren't anymore.
Right.
And Fight Club, which we do every day at 9:10, demonstrates that.
Okay.
By the way, Larry Krasner spoke out last night. It was on Caitlin Collins' show.
Oh, yes.
Two people I have no interest in. Let me guess.
He gave a warning to try. You better not come to Philly.
Ooh.
Better not try that in Philly.
They're not. And did he give any details? Nope.
Details about
like
what?
A fifth grader.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
better don't. Remember that?
Yeah.
Better not.
Phil, can you pull up 27 real fast? I just want to
Joe
play.
Biden once said.
Don't.
I just want to play just a piece of Krasner from last night with
This is
Caitlin Collins.
CC and LK.
Yeah.
Great to have you here, sir, because you hear the warning there from the mayor of what she believes could happen. And we do hear the president saying other U.S. major cities could be next year. I wonder if that's a pledge that you take seriously tonight.
Well, sadly, we do, because I think the bottom line is that President Trump doesn't like public safety. He's a convicted criminal himself. He pardons people who are criminals and do pretty dastardly things, like cause the deaths of 5 different law enforcement officers during January 6th. There is no indication that this man is in favor of law-abiding behavior or public safety, but he is in favor of power. He is in favor of fascism. He is in favor of ending democracy. And what he's trying to do here is not normal. As Wanda Sykes, one of my faves, would say, it's not normal to act like you can go into a city that is having tremendous progress, 30-year low in crime, and call it an emergency and bring in a bunch of troops who aren't even trained for this kind of work. He may think he's going to try it in other places, but the fact is, legally, he has much less of a right to do any of this in other cities, and he better not try it in Philly.
You know, Larry Krasner is one of those people. He's that phenomenon of he's got no following, no fan base, yet he continues to stay in the position he's in. Like, if you've ever listened to somebody on like a talk radio show or a TV show or an entertainer, and you're like, I've never heard anybody say, I'm a fan of so-and-so, yet they keep getting new contracts or they keep selling out arenas, and you're like, doesn't add up, right? Somehow, some way, apparently people actually do like this guy in Philadelphia. I know that's like sacrilege to say here, because I've never met anybody that actually likes Larry Krasner, yet he keeps getting reelected as the district attorney.
The criminals like him because he can, you know what I mean? Who's
great. Which is fascinating because convicted criminals no longer are able to vote.
Yeah,
right?
Says who? Maybe in Philadelphia they are.
I don't know. Wow.
Somebody's voting for him. Maybe the parents of the convicted criminals, because they, my baby.
He'll be 65 in March, and he's dropping things like my faves.
My faves.
Yeah.
My faves.
Yeah. Dude, that terminology should have been dropped from your vernacular 25 years ago. Krasner. All right. There you go. Dawn, any thoughts on Krasner?
Well, everything he said was a lie.
Yeah, who were the 5 that killed them, that died on January 6th?
Isn't that slander?
Isn't Ashley
Isn't
Babbitt?
that malicious to I mean,
Yeah. I thought
There
Ashley
were-
Babbitt was the only one that died on January 6th. We played that
She
different
was.
angle for you yesterday.
and tragically, there were D.C. cops who committed suicide tragically afterwards.
Right.
And there were people who died afterwards. But even Shifty Schiff did not accuse him of those 5, blaming the deaths, the suicide deaths on him.
Yeah. And
So-
the 34 felonies. Now I can't remember if that is the Letitia James copy and paste. No, that's the Alvin Bragg 34 copy and paste job with the bookkeeping with Sydney. I said Sydney Sweeney. What's her name? Horseface.
Letitia?
No. The porn star.
Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels. Yeah. I've been out of the porn business for a while.
No, I mean,
Forgot the
and
name.
those were thrown out, and we now know that those were concocted, and that's why the left is having a hissy fit that all of this information is coming to light. It's all being declassified.
All right. Tony Bruno's going to join us for the cut sheet at 7:45. Let's get to the news. Round number one, the great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning, August 13th. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, 76 degrees. And yes, finally, some storms. We could see heavy storms. We could see flooding, rain this evening. We need the rain, but we don't need floods. The full forecast with Nick coming up. In the news this morning, Philadelphia police say they responded to a neighborhood, this is Wissinoming, for reports of shots fired. This at the scene at the intersection of Benner and Tarsdale, Benner Street, Tarsdale Avenue. Authorities say that the surveillance video does show two guys getting into some kind of a struggle. One pulls out a gun, fires twice. The victim rushed to the local hospital where he is in critical condition right now, and police are looking for the other man, the gunman involved. At this point, was this some kind of an attempted robbery, mugging, carjacking? We don't have that information, so we're following that story for you. And Philadelphia police announcing another arrest, a second arrest in last month's deadly mass shooting in the Grays Ferry section. Remember this, they called contagious gunfire. Well, now 21-year-old Daquan Brown has been arrested on South Moorston Street, 1500 block of South Moorston Street, according to Philadelphia police. And we're told he will be charged with murder, attempted murder, multiple other offenses. So police say they are still looking for at least a dozen more shooters because remember,
Contagious
13.
shooting.
I know.
This is the porch shooting that we played the video
Yes.
of.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Grays Ferry. Remember, 13 separate guns and 140 pieces of ballistic evidence were discovered by investigators at the scene. 13 guns because somebody fired a shot, even perhaps into the air, and then everybody else just opened fire thinking somebody was shooting at them. That's the theory going on. Thus, contagious gunfire.
Mm-hmm. It's the new variant going around. It's an airborne respiratory virus.
Isn't
Only
it
in
just
Philadelphia.
Isn't it just a bunch of morons who have no self-control and hear gunshots and be like, "Stop firing in the air!"
Yes.
The other headline this morning, and this has gone viral, is that we know that across Philadelphia, just to update you, we've had all these different incidents, 4 or 5 maybe incidents, which may be related. As we know that they say this AK or AK style rifle, semi-automatic, is being used in some of these robberies. Again, believing, according to police, that these are somehow related. Although in this latest heist, no shots were ever fired. Nobody was injured. But we do have the surveillance video, courtesy of the authorities. This has to do with an armored truck driver targeted by armed thieves, as I say. This happened in Cheltenham, Pennsylvania. So if you know this area, this is essentially right over the border from Montgomery County in northwest Philadelphia, just close to the border, bordering, let's say, 309.
Yeah.
If you know this area of
Sure.
Cheltenham, Pennsylvania. So police responding to the scene at the H Mart there near the intersection. This one is Old York Road and Cheltenham Ave. And it happened in broad daylight.
Yeah, we have the
yesterday,
video.
10:30 yesterday morning.
Yeah, this is K20, courtesy of CBS3, if you want to see the video.
Video. Police say at around 10:30 this morning, 2 men robbed a Brinks employee at gunpoint before taking off with a huge sum of money, between $700,000 and $800,000. They say the Brinks employee had been driving alone and was about to make a delivery at the bank inside H Mart.
I know right where that
when she
is.
was
Yeah.
ambushed. Police say one man had a rifle and the other had a pistol, and they made off with the money and the employee's gun. A security guard just inside the building at the time describes the moment a customer ran in screaming about the robbery.
Sir, it's a gun. So I went outside and I found out that the Brinks employee was robbed. And I wish that she had more help. I wish she had a partner with her in the truck. Stop being solo. There's a lot going on around the city. They're robbing like left and right.
Again, here is that security video. Police say they're working with their state and federal partners to investigate whether this may be connected to 4 similar armed robberies in the Philadelphia region since June. They say they found the getaway car, which they say is a black Acura with tinted windows, but they haven't found the suspects. They believe the car may have been in the lot waiting for the victim to arrive, and thankfully she was not harmed.
For all
So
of
the
your
driver-
yeah, go ahead.
Nope, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, for all of your black Acura needs, go to Piazza Auto Group.
Yes. So we had a black Acura, a big black gun.
Yep.
Semi-automatic. We had also the driver, female driver by herself. Sometimes, I don't know. Usually we don't see 2 drivers together.
Wait, the Brinks
Brinks
truck driver was a female?
Is a female. I know.
Oh, come on.
Uh-oh.
I have to point it out before somebody else does.
No,
DEI hire?
Oh, no. It has nothing to do with. Come on, guys. We can't. They're trucking around millions of dollars. No. We can't have a female doing that, especially a female by herself.
No, she's armed.
Unless she is armed, and unless the female looks like that big blonde woman on Game of Thrones that kicked everybody's butts.
Yeah.
She was like 6'8".
Yeah.
So unless you're I would say a large female or a large guy.
No.
But
no, I don't like this.
Yeah.
Female
I don't like this.
by herself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've seen females with guns protecting the president, and they can't get their gun out of the holster. So,
Yeah, as I always say, I knew they were going to bring it up, so I brought it up first.
yeah. Well, I mean, look at this
because
guy.
I tried to it's a woman driver. If a plane crashes, it's a woman pilot.
Can we just, Phil, don't play it, but just slide us out and slide CBS 3 back in. What kind of gun is that guy holding right there? That looks like something from the...
You're saying AK-47.
Yeah. Phil, go back a little bit. All the way to the beginning. Started at 0 seconds. Just leave it paused.
Now, either the guy is a white guy or he's wearing white gloves.
It was the end.
It was the end? Okay, yeah, the AK-47. Let me see it.
Wearing a dark hoodie covered up.
Right, there it is. Yeah, look at that.
Right there.
Yeah. Now, is that either a white guy or he's wearing gloves?
No, it's not a white guy.
That's my question, because
it's not a white guy.
Look at the hand. So the hand is either white gloves.
That's white gloves. That's white gloves.
But very well covered up. Knows the cameras are there.
Mm-hmm.
Never, because they're aware of the surveillance cameras.
And you know my rule: no hoods when it's over 80.
With the other, just curious, because I always look for patterns. The other robberies that have happened, because they said there have been, a pattern
4 or 5
of these since June. Have they all been female Brinks truck drivers?
That's a great question. I'll have to go back and look at the reports
because these creeps who need to be executed, they might be targeting. You know what I mean? Because it's an easy target for them.
Broad daylight, too.
Yeah, 10:30 in the morning.
Now, CBS 3 said that was Montgomery County, Elkins Park. Are they wrong?
They're saying it's right. That's why I said it's right on the border.
Yeah, it's right on the border of Cheltenham and Elkins Park.
Okay.
Because it's, you know what I mean? So it's, where was Beaver College, now it's Arcadia.
Yeah.
So you think if you're on the way, like from Cheltenham, you cross over 309.
I know right where that
Michael's
is.
Diner, I love.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
So this is on the Philadelphia side, basically. Yeah. So they got away with looks like $750,000 $1
That would be Krasner's jurisdiction, right?
I believe so.
Oh. I wonder if he's aware of this, or if
he was on Caitlin. Yeah, he's on with Caitlin Collins last night. Nick, please don't disturb the man.
Right.
He needs to talk about January 6th. He needs to talk about the president.
Yeah.
While people in broad daylight are robbing banks, are robbing armored cars.
Mm-hmm.
He's on CNN. What a creep he is.
Well,
resign, you dope. You big dummy.
Law and Order continues today as the theme of the show.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Now, look, I think this technically is Montgomery County. I have to check because I think then the suspect crossed right over into Philadelphia.
Okay.
And was seen. So this is law enforcement, Montgomery County and Philadelphia. As we talk about all the time, they work together.
Yeah, of course. And these by the way, these people that are robbing are not Montgomery County residents.
Probably not.
No.
The suspect left that Acura, which I believe was a stolen vehicle, the black Acura TLX, was found later in Fairmount Park in Philadelphia.
They're the ones voting for Krasner, Nick.
So we have that going on, which is not nice. Let's talk about the Pennsylvania state budget. We still don't have a budget for the third year in a row. The budget deadline is well past. And so what does that mean for? We hear about SEPTA funding and state funding, and more importantly, the school funding, because this affects children's books, school supplies. It affects especially private schools. Even though private and public school kids should be provided the books at the same time because all the parents are paying the taxes. Oftentimes, in my experience over the decades, I'll tell you, this affects the books in schools. So in this one, the Republican-controlled Pennsylvania State Senate, they voted last night to approve a plan to fund, so they have found a temporary fix to fund SEPTA and then avert any drastic service cuts. But what they're saying as far as the Republicans, and I interviewed yesterday Kim Ward, State Senator Kim Ward, again, the Senate President pro tempore. The problem here is that they're saying that Shapiro's budget will essentially cause tax hikes. That somebody's got to pay for this bloated budget, 51.5, huge budget, right? And so we have a large budget, we don't have ways to fully fund it. So what they're saying is all these municipalities to help pay for SEPTA, they have actually savings accounts that they can tap into.
That's great. So we pay our taxes. We give you the, quote, bankroll to fund things. You can't arrive at a budget, so then that raises our taxes even more.
It'd be $2,000 per Pennsylvania family if they put the budget in place. That's according to a lot of the different experts who look at it. And so Governor Shapiro, Democrats, they have one way they want to pay for it. The Republicans are saying, why don't you just tap into some of the trust funds, some of the different funds that you all have that are emergency funds. So the Republicans put forth this amended bill. It allows SEPTA to use these capital improvement funds for the operating expenses. Both sides are continuing to battle over how to pay for SEPTA, how to pay for this budget. And that's really, for example, Republicans want to tax, the gambling machines. You go into some of the marts and they have those machines in there that you'll gamble on. Yeah. The Republicans, one of their solutions is, okay, if you want to pay for this budget, tax things like gambling.
Yeah.
Democrats don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So then what is the answer?
Yeah, tax the hell out of those machines. I don't use those anyway.
And so Democrats, this tips back to the House as far as the Senate proposal. The House controlled by the Democrats. So here we go. They're going back and forth. And Democrats are saying the money is already earmarked for other projects moving forward. Republicans say they can't get the answers on, what projects then are earmarked?
It would be nice.
So this is the back and forth.
It would be nice if Josh Shapiro could get this finalized. I know he's running a shadow campaign through TikTok, but, priorities.
So we have that going on, and we're following it for you. The concern here is that if they don't get this together, will SEPTA have severe rate hikes or cuts? So that we're watching all of this very carefully. For now, it's a Band-Aid fix. Philadelphia Phillies, rough night in Cincinnati. We lost last night 6-1.
Yeah,
not pretty.
Ranger got roughed up.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah,
not pretty.
No.
So they can still win the series today.
We're still number one.
Second best record in the entire league.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, in the entire sport, just behind Milwaukee.
So, in our league, number one, right?
Number two behind Milwaukee.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Oh.
The American League stinks. Whoever wins the National League is winning the World Series.
Boo.
Wow.
Well, hopefully they get it together.
That's
I know.
Yeah. The Yankees are leaking
gloss over that.
more oil than my wife's Jeep. They're done. Phillies, Dodgers, or Brewers. One of those three will win the World Series.
So we allegedly have storms on the way. Nick will talk about that in a moment, but we are sponsored this morning by Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way. WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service that you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you, Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Nick, they're allegedly, we need the rain, but we certainly don't need torrential rain. And I don't know if this is going to happen, but they're saying it looks like...
Allegedly. We have to use allegedly, right? That's the rule on this show, allegedly. Philly weather, it is 76 degrees, going up to 90 today. Partly cloudy early with afternoon showers or storms. A high of about 90. And not going to be a ton of wind. Chance of rain is right around 50%, but we could have those torrential downpours, especially this evening. Scattered storms. Chance of about an inch of rain, and it's all brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Wednesday, big take coming up next, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about Piazza Nissan this morning because summer is winding down, and so are the days left to take advantage of 0% financing from Piazza Nissan of Ardmore. That's right, you heard it correctly. 0%, not 0.9, 0.0% financing. Only through September 2nd can you purchase a 2025 Nissan Pathfinder, beautiful SUV, the Rogue or the Murano with 0% for 60 months. Their most popular SUV models. If you prefer the power of a V6 engine, consider the 2025 Nissan Frontier truck, which I was actually considering 2.5 years ago before I went with the Ridgeline. Basically the same thing with 1.9% financing for 60 months. Piazza Nissan of Ardmore, located conveniently on Lancaster Pike and online at piazzanissan.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and it's almost here. We're headed back down the shore this Friday to the Summer White House Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood. Always we have something fun that we're playing around with. Johnny accommodates us. How many oysters will I eat? Hopefully only one. Senator Testa says oysters. Nothing like it but Jersey. We'll do that, and it's always a great time. Great guests, great information. Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Friday, noon until 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current33 to 323232. That's CURRENT33 to 323232. Text Current33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company, 6:30 on a hump day, Wednesday. Tony Bruno will join us at 7:45 for the cut sheet. We've got a great variety of things to get into today. UFOs, Sydney Sweeney, hotel checkout, debacles. But right now, we have to get to the heavy lifting on the economy and the continual crime crisis in this country as Law and Order Day 2 continues. Time for a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, today's Big Take, economic consistency versus crime incompetency in D.C. You know, at the federal level in Washington, D.C., the Trump administration has been very consistent with economic reports, minus one revised jobs report, which we discussed last week on the show, when it comes to doing, quote, better than expected economically with the so-called experts. But at the local level in Washington, D.C., the Metro Police Department is the sheer definition of incompetent. Let's start with some of the breaking news that dropped yesterday, right around 9:45 in the morning before we wrapped up here on Kayal and Company. Once again, the Trump administration one-ups the so-called professional prognostications. Here's CNN with another good economic report for the Trump administration. Listen and watch.
A tamer inflation report despite President Trump's tariffs. This is better than expected. Month over month, as you mentioned, up 0.2% on an annual basis, up 2.7% in July. That's also what we saw on an annual basis for the month of June. When you look at the key categories that we always look at, energy, food, and shelter, energy fell by 1.1%. That was largely driven because of gas prices falling in the month of July by 2.2%. Look at that food. I mean, this is where people spend their money, right? Food every single day. Food flat, 0%, and actually down at the grocery store by 0.1%. And then shelter, we always usually see an increase because that is what people are paying on rent, and we know that rents are rising. That is usually the biggest share of this report.
But as I always like to say and ask the question, are we really feeling it? Well, according to Bloomberg, the numbers are matching the gut feeling. Headline, quote, U.S. small business optimism rises to 5-month high on the economy. They write sentiment amongst U.S. small businesses climbed to a 5-month high in July as owners grew more upbeat about the economic outlook, fueling a pickup in expansion plans, end quote. My mother-in-law, who owns 3 small businesses, just had a monster 10-day stretch at Music Fest in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Not a single peep from her, and she is a stage 4 TDS patient. If the Trump economy was bad, she would be the first one to tell me in my basement, Trump's costing me money. But here's the year-over-year price decline on a variety of items. Gas down 9.5%, fuel oil down 2.9%, energy commodities down 9%, shipping fares down 4.9%, propane down 2.5%, and non-prescription drugs down just about 2%. Here was CNBC with further analysis on the July numbers. Listen and watch.
People were thinking this will finally be the time when we see it. We saw a little, but not that much. Does that summarize what happened?
Absolutely. No, if I look at all the metrics, as I said, we were hotter in the beginning of the year, even on the hottest read on that year-over-year core. What it tells me is that if you take it very simple, you summarize very accurately. There's been a push that things are going to get worse. You're going to look at a month that's going to be really scary. But most likely, if you look at the entire regime of the effects of tariffs and the uncertainty, we are definitely over the hump. And considering that this number isn't worse than expected, I would say moving forward that your interpretation is exactly correct. We're way over our skis, and what we're really finding is the last mile inflation is sticky, it was sticky, and really in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't break out as that the last 3 or 4 months are extraordinary in any fashion.
And lastly, on the economic front, the one issue has been the recent jobs revisions report. Headline, quote, Trump labor stats nominee says he won't release job reports until data is corrected, end quote. Well, slap my bottom. I seem to remember a certain morning show host 2 weeks ago that said, get it right, even if it takes longer. The Associated Press writes, E.J. Antoni, the Heritage Foundation scholar nominated to serve as the next commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, told Fox Business that he would not release job reports until the data issues allegedly plaguing them are corrected. Quote, how on earth are businesses supposed to plan, or how is the Fed supposed to conduct monetary policy when they don't know how many jobs are being added or lost in our economy? It's a serious problem that needs to be fixed immediately, argued Antoni during an interview with the outlet. Quote, until it is corrected, the BLS should suspend issuing the monthly job reports, which is exactly what I said on this show just 2 weeks ago, and keep publishing the more accurate, though less timely, quarterly data. Somebody's been listening to Kayal and Company. But let's talk more about our nation's criminal incompetency. CNN's Abby Phillip tees us up. Listen and watch.
Let's get right to what America's talking about. Donald Trump makes himself Batman, and the nation's capital is Gotham City. The president of the United States has declared himself crime fighter in chief, and he's taking over Washington's police force. It is a move that the D.C. mayor is calling unsettling and unprecedented.
Well, if DJT is DC's Dark Knight, I guess that makes J.D. Vance Commissioner Gordon. Play it, Phil.
He gave us a signal.
And now on the local crime incompetency front in Washington, D.C., the term chain of command is very simple to comprehend, right? Here at Odyssey, Philadelphia, the chain of command goes something to the effect of David Yagaroff to David Skopinich on down the list. Here at 1210 WPHT, the chain of command goes something like Greg Stocker down to Frank Canale on down the list. But this is what DEI gets you. Here is the Washington, D.C. Metro Police Chief. Listen and watch.
That's what the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear. The president has requested MPD services, and our home rule charter outlines the process. The president designated Attorney General Bondi as his proxy to request services through me.
Equity, more like embarrassment. When Mayor Bowser has to step in, you should probably step down. How do you not know the chain of command? She makes the Cincinnati police chief look like Starsky or Hutch. But this is what happens when you prioritize feelings over merit, checking boxes over checking off accomplishments. And even a former Biden White House advisor now admits that Washington, D.C. has a real crime problem. Here is what I like to call the mini binder going rogue on the big guy. Listen and watch.
Well, I think we have to be willing to say the quiet part out loud. And I think as Democrats, it's facing uncomfortable conversations about crime. Look, no one wants to put kids in jail or lock them away for life. But when we ignore a problem, we allow it to fester. And we don't target what the founding issue of the problem is. And I believe for D.C., a lot of that has to do with our youth and with education. I mean, D.C. for 2022 to 2023 had about 40% of kids that faced chronic absentee. So that means they missed 10% or more of the school year. Well, where are those kids when they're not in school? They're outside causing a little bit of chaos. They're raiding grocery stores, drug stores. They're putting entire sections of the city under curfew. And the fact of the matter is the president is addressing something that is.
It's amazing. Washington, D.C. with a 6 p.m. curfew on the Utes to go into certain stores right in our nation's capital. And you thought Morning Joe's D.C. Democrat source went off the script yesterday, and you thought they were telling the truth. We played it for you on the cut sheet. Yikes. And lastly, it looks like the push to fight the bad guys is paying off. DHS leader Kristi Noem sharing details yesterday that the hiring push for more ICE agents has taken off big time. We told you that the salaries were bumped to six figures with $45,000 sign-on bonuses. Well, since then, according to Kristi Noem, they have received over 100,000 applicants. It's amazing how willing Americans are to fight crime when somebody has your back, because morale matters. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in this morning, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, Dawn, your thoughts on the positive economic news, and then also just how inept they are locally in Washington, D.C. to fight this crime. Curfews at 6 p.m., you can't go into a grocery store unless you're an adult. I mean, the sun doesn't set in the summer until 8:30. It's outrageous.
It really is. First and foremost, E.J. Antoni, we've gotten to know him here, and I don't think that President Trump could have picked a better, more competent, great guy than E.J. Antoni to kind of set straight and push the reset button and restore credibility to the BLS office. So, you know, I think that's fantastic. I'm so happy for him. I think we all are, truly, because he's somebody who is that guy you can rely on, and he's a numbers guy. He's going to dot the I's, cross the T's, make sure that everything is right. And we need to restore credibility in some of these offices, because that's the previous administration, whether it's the economy, whether it's health issues, vaccines. I know we'll get into that. We as people, we lost faith in our institutions, including our government, and unfortunately in the media. As far as yesterday's numbers, I'm not surprised, because as E.J. Antoni has said on our air, you know, everything is about energy. Energy flips the switch. So once you have lower energy, the price of everything goes down.
Trickle-down effect.
And in the previous administration, they would leave out energy. They would literally, I mean, this was insane, right? And so they would release numbers or talk about numbers without including the high energy costs. And how do you think the stuff gets there, right? How often did we say that? It has to get there, meaning a truck drives it or a train or a ship or whatever. So energy fuels the world. If the energy costs are high, then we pay more for everything. So I'm not at all surprised that the food prices are going down. Why? Energy prices. Who did that? Trump did that. I will say this, here in Pennsylvania, when you think about our energy costs as far as our electricity, and this is for New Jersey as well, we talk about it all the time. But here in PA, we've lost a ton of jobs, and we pay higher taxes, and our energy costs it's estimated more than 45% higher than the rest of the country. So Pennsylvania needs to get this in order.
I agree. It's a disgrace. Also on the crime front, because that is the big story again today from yesterday with Trump federalizing law enforcement in the District of Columbia. I want to play you this clip. We gave you a little bit of Judge Jeanine yesterday on the show from Monday's press conference, but she spoke again yesterday. And I want to illustrate a point that I've been trying to make for 3 years, and I think a lot of people with this audience and this station would agree with this. But Phil, let's roll cut 3 as Judge Jeanine bodies a reporter that tries to say, well, the numbers are down. Go ahead.
Oh, stop it. We are putting all kinds of resources onto the street.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Press release hailing the drop in crime rates at the end of it. What changed?
It's never enough. This changed. This changed. It's never enough. You tell these families crime has dropped. You tell the mother of the intern who was shot going out from McDonald's near the Washington Convention Center, oh, crime is down. You tell the kid who was just beat the hell and back with a severe concussion and a broken nose, crime is down. No, that falls on deaf ears. And my ears are deaf to that. And that's why I fight the fight. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Every person in a district attorney's office that is looking to hire a prosecutor that says, well, what are we looking for in this office? That right there is what you want. That right there is what you want from every prosecutor and every judge. I don't care if it's at the district level, the state level, the appellate level, the Supreme Court, right there. She tweeted this, and I'm going to show you these pictures in a moment. She says, look at these.
Nick, look how excited you are.
I love her.
Nick, he has the biggest crush
her passion,
on Judge Jeanine.
Her passion for justice gives me an erection. Look at these 45 victims, she tweets. All night. This is exactly how I would have been if I would have been able to finish law school. If you ended up on my docket, your defense attorney would be copping a plea.
Seek help.
Because I'd be coming for blood.
Seek help.
Look at Greg.
She goes, look at these 45 victims, all 19 and under, all killed by gunfire in the last 18 months in D.C., and tell me that crime is down and we don't need an emergency focus on crimes of violence. And Phil, you can leave them up and you can just rotate through these pictures here. All of these Utes, and look, maybe some of them opened fire. Some of them might be drug dealers. Some of them might be innocent bystanders. We don't know the specifics. But I'll just say this. You think about this, and I've been saying this for 3 years. Black Lives Matter, right? To the left. That was their marching cry in 2020 after George Floyd. Black lives only matter to Democrats when a white police officer violates their rights, which happens 0.003% of the time. When it's a white police officer in the wrong, Democrats and liberal elites in their gated communities come out and say, Black Lives Matter. But they're silent when there's gang violence. When you have black on black crime, not a single Democrat politician will utter a word about it. Not a one. You know why? Because the narrative doesn't fit. It doesn't sell. It doesn't end up in the news. It doesn't end up on the front page of the Philadelphia Inquirer or the New York Times. But when Powerball jackpot lottery odds hit and it's a white officer, oh my God, Black Lives Matter. They have think about this. Liberal elite Democrats have defended the Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, as well as the radical Hamas supporter that's been in and out of custody in New York. I'm drawing a blank on his name at this point. But they are more willing to support those two individuals than they are cleaning up Washington, D.C. So spare me with the BLM, because as you rotate through those pictures, Phil, all of these people have been killed. So you tell that to their parents when they have to bury their 16 or 17-year-old son, and you say, well, the crime numbers are down. Oh, so they're down from what? An all-time high? The murder rate's down to 27 out of 100,000 people? I guess that's good enough. Tell that to the 27 that lost their lives. I am so sick of the Democrats selectively picking and choosing when race matters. That's why nobody should have ever been offended or reprimanded for saying all lives matter, because you don't get to pick and choose a la carte when a certain race's life matters because it fits your political agenda. Class is dismissed. 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back. Sydney Sweeney offended almost nobody, but we'll show you the visual evidence of who was bothered. Back after this.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens and baths for over 45 years right here in America. We're family-owned, second-generation strong, and we manufacture our cabinets right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. That means no tariffs, no middlemen, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. This August, take advantage of up to 30% off cabinets during our summer savings event. Trust the name your neighbors have for decades, Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino, Street Road in Ben Salem, Thursday, August 21st. Joe welcomes Ian Lara. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.652, Kayal and Company, as we wrap up hour number one. Dawn will have news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. We will also get into this interesting viral trend with checking out of a hotel. And I've also been a longtime believer that the way Hollywood depicts UFOs and aliens, I don't think is real. I don't believe in the whole, Independence Day type stuff, Area 51. But after we played you that clip last week of Trump with Miranda Devine, I did a little digging last night. I found this story from the Daily Mail, as well as Tulsi Gabbard spoke out on this story. And Jeff Van Drew, remember him when Jeff Van Drew from New Jersey said with the drones flying over that it was possibly, according to his source, from an Iranian mothership being conducted remotely?
He was on the Dom show. Dom broke that story with Senator Van Drew saying that.
Right.
And we were like, what?
Mm-hmm. Well, he actually, which is interesting because I don't think anybody's held him accountable for that. Like, where did that come from? I guess we'll just throw stuff at the wall and see if it sticks. He was grilling Sean Duffy of the Federal Aviation Administration. So we'll play you that coming up. But I just want to wrap up with this because we had a long 2.5, 3 week stretch of Sydney Sweeney and the backlash of the social cultural wars, and then Beyonce's doing a Gene ad. And much as we suspected, it was a select few. We played you some of the clips on TikTok of chicks with 4 different hair colors and nose rings having meltdowns and talking about eugenics. Well, people actually decided to conduct a poll, and a Economist YouGov poll found that just 12% of U.S. adults considered the ad offensive. By comparison, 39% found the Gene's ad to be clever, while the others didn't have much of an opinion. So basically 9 out of 10 Americans had no issue with this. And probably most Americans in the middle of the summer, living their lives, taking a vacation, had no idea that this story probably existed unless you were on social media or you put on, news television, or maybe you listen to Kayal and Company, in which we thank you for that. But Phil, let's just go through probably, this is just an assumption here. I'm going to say allegedly these were the offended 12% of Americans. And if we can roll through these and go back to the big mug shot with the, it looks like a collage of Crayola hair colors, 64-pack.
Dr. Rachel Levine.
Yeah, there's Rachel Levine. Yeah, give me the one with leave that one right there. Pink hair, green and yellow,
every color of the rainbow.
Turquoise, blue.
Can I, Phil, can you put one of those other photos up real fast? Because I want to ask Dawn a real question. The one, not that one.
Unbelievable.
The other one. That one. Yeah.
Oh,
no, not that one.
Orange hair, pink hair.
No, not that one. The other one. That one. Can you put that one up?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
geez.
The left box there, Dawn.
Oh, middle left.
Right next to Rachel Levine.
Oh, no. Good catch by you, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
So, just curious, Dawn, they might be, what are they dressed up as? I mean, you don't have to be very descriptive, but...
Sliced guava?
Yeah, they're dressed up as ladies' private parts.
Yes.
Yeah. Split at the seams.
And it says, I am woman, hear my...
wussy.
Yes, my...
Other word.
My wussy roar.
Roar.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're
if it's roaring, there's another name for that, and it's never good.
That's a monthly thing, right?
or check if you have chlamydia.
Yeeks. Ooh.
Katy Perry once famously sang, "You're going to hear my wussy roar."
Wussy.
Wussy.
Thank you.
Keyword.
Mm.
Wussy. W. Letters matter, folks. All right, there you go. So, yeah, 12% of Americans were offended. 88% were not, as is usually the ratio of far left dying on a hill stands to take. As we always say, they're on the wrong side of every 88-12 issue. 855-839-1210. News to kick off hour 2, and then we get to UFOs and hotels. Stay there. It's going to be a good one. Bruno in about 45 minutes.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Is your AC struggling this summer? Trying to put off replacement for another year? No need to wait. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust. And your estimate? Absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for the Make This the Summer event. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $349 a month for 36 months. Or check out a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited and lease for only $399 a month for 36 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Okay, suitcases?
Check.
Snacks?
Double check.
Giant stuffed giraffe?
Buckled in.
Tire check?
Already handled it. United Tire took care of everything. Brand new tires, and they even handled the rebates to save us a bunch of money. We are road trip ready.
Okay, hop in, kids.
From road trips to grocery runs, start your journey with Safe Tires. Don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com for a location near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
.703 as we get hour number 2 off and running here on a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. As we roll till 10 o'clock this morning, Tony Bruno will join us from Florida for the cut sheet at 7:45. I believe he is officially in his new home, Casa de Bruno. Remember, last week he was not with us due to some home issues like running water. I give it a 63% chance today that he will be ready to go with no technical issues from Florida. But with Miss Robin at the helm, I give it a 37% chance that it could go terribly, terribly wrong. Just 13 years of experience, that's all. It's the only reason I say it. But I say it with love. And we're looking forward to that. We'll see his new setup. Maybe he's got his kitty cat with him. Perhaps wearing a Frank Rizzo or Phillies t-shirt. We'll see. Bruno coming up in 40 minutes. Plus Fight Club this morning at 9:10. And Stalker's excited for this one. I don't know which one he's going with.
Oh, there's so many to choose from.
Yeah, we're booked out into February of 26.
Yeah.
We're taking Easter applications for next year. If you'd like to join.
Hey, Tri-County Auto Group, you might want to get into 2026 with this because, oh boy, do we have a lot of fights left. So I know you're in through the end of the year, which we appreciate, but you might want to book 2026.
That's right.
Just saying for a friend.
Yeah. Just hit the re-up button. Because we ask you to hit buttons like and subscribe and things like that. 855-839-1210. We're going to get to UFC. We'll actually get to the UFC in the cut sheet.
Yes, we will.
But we've got UFO talk to get to, as well as hotel checkout etiquette. But that's after the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. And she always returns her key when she checks out of top-tier hotels. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning, August 13th. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. We are at in the 70s still, but we are heating up to 90 with reported the possibility of heavy thunderstorms and flooding that could happen this evening after 4 o'clock this evening. So full forecast coming up in just a moment. Philadelphia police say they responded to Wissinoming section of Philadelphia for reports of this shooting happened late last night, intersection of Benner and Tarsdale Avenue. Authorities saying that they do have surveillance images showing two guys getting into some kind of a struggle. One guy pulls out a gun, fires twice, shooting the victim, who then was rushed to police later. That victim in critical condition. Still don't have, was this an attempted robbery? What was going on here? So we're waiting for that one from Philadelphia police. And we're also talking about Philadelphia police, their announcement of a second arrest in last month's deadly mass shooting in the Grays Ferry section of Philadelphia. This one made national news because 3 people were killed. Total of 10 people in all, 10 others, I should say, were injured, but 3 killed in this one. And that surveillance video of victims just running, trying to hide on a front porch to just duck for cover. This was 21-year-old Daquan Brown, arrested last night in the 1500 block of South Morstan Street, and authorities saying that he's charged with murder, attempted murder, multiple other offenses. Like I say, he's the second of 2. They're still looking for another suspect.
This is the contagious shooting thing?
This is known because they found 13 separate guns, 140 pieces of ballistic evidence on the scene in this neighborhood. And so they're looking for, they believe, at least a dozen more shooters.
Just in case you didn't see it when we played it last week, here's the video that happened. I think this was Grace Ferry. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
You have the
Everybody
video.
just diving all over the place. Look how many people are actually on that porch.
I know. And look how many people are just randomly shooting. Like, not a brain cell among those dopes. Not a brain cell among them.
And that's a typical, Philadelphia row home neighborhood.
Yep.
Those porches are not big, and they're all stuffed in there like sardines in a can.
Jimmy Kelly said that he DJ'd a party not far from there.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's, that's a I don't want to say it's a nice area, but it's, you don't think, you imagine just walking down the street or being, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. My dad owned, I'm sorry, Dawn, go ahead.
I was just going to say it would be a nice area if not for the crime.
Yeah. But imagine hearing that or just oh God.
Phil, just leave it the way it is and just slide it in. I just want to just pause it. First of all, why are now there's the porch with the separation with the little railing.
Yep.
Why are there 8 or 9 people in that little spot on the porch to begin with? And then look across the street.
Yeah.
You got one guy crouching down behind what looks like a Toyota hybrid, and then another dude just sitting on the curb.
I know.
You got other people standing down to the right. There's 2 people in white shirts bent over by a small SUV. I mean, it's like the OK Corral.
Yeah.
I mean, this is supposed to be civilized society.
And keep in mind, one of the people on the porch, because it's from one of those Ring doorbell cameras or some kind of a doorbell camera, that's the perspective we're seeing. But one of the people, a young man, a perfectly innocent victim, according to the authorities, who was confined to a wheelchair, was one of those who was killed. And so these stories, to your point, the quality of life being robbed from people. 3 people killed, like I say, 10 others injured. 2 accused shooters now charged with first-degree murder, still looking for a third. So those were the people they were able to identify. And I'll just point out to you, how were they able to identify them? Not just from witnesses, but from all the angles of the video. And so what they do is they look at all the different surveillance images, and then how do they have their picture on file?
Yep.
Because they're matching those pictures up between the surveillance images that they can isolate, they're digital, and mugshots, which are on file. That's how they're able to identify 3 individuals, which they did identify. That's why they know to search for at least one other person. Yep. So just a real tragedy here. We've also been talking about these armed robberies that have been going on, these heists of Brinks type of trucks, and the latest one happening in just yesterday morning, broad daylight, mid-morning yesterday, bright sunny day, hot day. As you know, it was 87 degrees, 90 degrees, depending on where you were. But in this one, the police suspect that these 2 suspects are tied to previous robberies, at least 4 to 5 other incidents. And in this one, you see on the surveillance images that we're showing, one of the guys flashing this, AR, AK style. It's an AK style rifle, semi-automatic, obviously. This is not something that, police are saying is a usual weapon, and that's why the description of these guys, even though they've taken great efforts to conceal their identity, again, they're wearing hoodies, heavy clothing, head to toe, gloves, and this appears to be a well-planned operation. No shots were ever fired, but you do see at least one suspect flashing that large black AK style, that rifle. So the surveillance video shows the moment that the armored truck driver was targeted by the thieves, both armed, by the way, happened on the Montgomery County side of Cheltenham, Pennsylvania, but right across the border from Philadelphia. Philadelphia police working with Montgomery County, the suburban authorities, because, in fact, this happened outside the H Mart, right near the intersection of Old York Road, Cheltenham Ave, mid-morning. But then quickly, the two guys get away after pulling off this heist, taking the firearm from the female driver of that Brinks truck, getting away with nearly $750,000, according to authorities, and then going toward Philadelphia. Later, their stolen vehicle that they got, the getaway vehicle, a black Acura TLX, that stolen vehicle was later found in Fairmount Park, obviously in Philadelphia.
Everybody calling you out. It's not an AK style anything.
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what the police report says. So that is the way it was described. I know, but I'm just telling you what the police report says. They're saying it's an AK style rifle. That's what they're saying.
My case is it's an AR-15 pistol. I don't know.
Well, if you heard me earlier, I said AR in my ad lib, but I'm correcting it because I'm just going. So it's possible because there were two gunmen. Maybe one has the AR and one has an AK. I don't have that information. The police report says AK style. So I know you guys are right with what we're showing in the picture, but I try to go by the police report. So we have that one going on in the city of Philadelphia. And then let's talk about the budget. The budget is a big lead this morning locally here, with Pennsylvania experiencing yet another budget impasse. And this is for the third year in a row in the Governor Josh Shapiro administration. So we've talked about this just to give you the highlights here. Governor Josh Shapiro had proposed the $51.5 billion budget, and that represented a 9+% increase in spending. That's sent over last year's budget. So the Senate, as you know, controlled by Senate Republicans, they did a late vote last night, advancing a budget proposal for $47.7 billion, not the $51.5 billion. And they're saying that this is not paid for. And they're saying, Republicans in the Senate saying, that if they pass the $51.5 billion budget, you Pennsylvanians would pay, on average, each family $2,000 more additional in your taxes, because there's no other way to pay for it, according to Senate Republicans. So they pushed through a Band-Aid fix, essentially, for SEPTA that relies on these emergency funds, these backup funds. Democrats pushing back on that one, saying, no, we already have earmarked those funds to spend on other pet projects. So this is the back and forth that you're hearing about. And so at this point now, the Senate passing this, it goes back to House Democrats, House-controlled Democrats, who I doubt will pass this thing. So here we go. It's being lobbed back and forth.
$2,000 more for your taxes, highest energy costs in the country, along with New Jersey. What exactly does Pennsylvania offer to charge what they charge? I say that as somebody who's lived here for 37 of my 41 years. What do we offer to charge these rates? We don't have scenery like California does. We don't have great weather. Who does Pennsylvania think they are?
Well, in this one, as far as the mass transit funding, the Senate did advance the plan for mass transit funding. That includes SEPTA. Huge disagreements between the chambers on the best approach and the issue contributing to this budget impasse, how to pay for it. So that's what we're talking about in Pennsylvania. So it'll go back to the House, but that was the latest last night with the Senate. We talked a lot about the crime here, even albeit technically the homicide rates in Here in Philadelphia, D.C., Chicago, across the country, we're told statistically, are they down? Yes, they're down closer to pre-pandemic numbers. Obviously, during the pandemic, crime spiked in a drastic and really horrifying way for us. National Guardsmen are patrolling D.C. streets. That's a lead nationally after President Trump announced that so-called takeover, as Trump has said that he would be in charge of cracking down on crime in D.C. and calling for lower crime across the nation. What was our district attorney, Larry Krasner, doing? Well, other than joining CNN, we played that for you earlier, but Krasner, the district attorney here in Philadelphia, joining local faith leaders, condemning President Donald J. Trump's recent deployment of the National Guard, among others, in D.C. Krasner warning of broader implications as President Trump signals federal interventions in other major U.S. cities. Trump did not mention Philadelphia, but did mention New York, Chicago in particular.
And we're right on par with D.C. If you look at all the statistics, we're right on par with D.C.
So even Trump's omitting Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Can you put up 28, Phil?
Man, the guy went to college here. Like
Krasner spent his time with Caitlin Collins last night instead of dealing with issues that are happening in Philadelphia. Roll this.
This is a staging ground. This is a normalization of troops being deployed to do what they should not be asked to do, what they're not equipped to do, and what violates the Constitution and laws. And why is he doing it? He's doing it for the same reason he had that stupid birthday parade. He's doing it because he really likes the idea of being a dictator. He likes the idea of destroying our legal system. He likes the idea of eliminating the courts and taking away individual rights. I mean, look what he's doing, talking about people who are unhoused as if they're criminals.
Unhoused.
They're not criminals. They need a place to sleep. They need food. You know, last time I checked the Bible, it said, take everything you have and give it to the poor. It didn't say steal everything you can from the poor and lock them up. And that's what he's doing here. This is a profoundly un-American attempt to exercise power in ways that are illegal, to scare big cities and to go after democratic cities that are diverse, to serve his racist, fascist agenda. I'm sorry to put it out so plain, but that is what this is, and we all have to stand up to it.
So Trump is locking up the bad guys. So essentially, Larry, what you're admitting is he's doing what you should be doing that you don't do.
And Larry Krasner, I will point out to you what he referred to as the stupid parade was the U.S. Army celebrating its 250th birthday with a parade and a festival in Washington, D.C., that happened on June 14th of this year. But it was, in fact, the celebration of the U.S. Army and its 250th birthday, as well as military members. So tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, a flyover by the Army's Golden Knights parachute team, and the event was live streamed, as you recall, on U.S. Army social media platforms. It did indeed coincide with Saturday, June 14th, which is President Trump's birthday. That's true. But it was indeed the U.S. Army's 250th. So just to clarify that for you, if you didn't remember that one. So we have all of this going on. We have President Trump. Where will he be this evening? And this is an important announcement that Trump will make. He plans to unveil nominees for the Kennedy Center Awards. In his Truth Social post, Trump writing, the president writing, great nominees for the Trump/Kennedy Center, Kennedy Center Awards. They will be announced Wednesday. So this was last night. So obviously they'll be announced today by President Trump. Tremendous work is being done, money being spent on bringing it back to the absolute top level of luxury, glamour, and entertainment. It had fallen on hard times physically, but will soon be making a major comeback, and that from President Trump. So the Kennedy Center honors are one of the center's largest fundraisers, and the annual Black Tie Gala TV broadcast, which usually right now contractually airs on CBS, it's a magnet for a lot of money rolling in. And so the question is, well, who will be this year's honorees? Reportedly, country music legend George Strait will have maybe, rockers, metal icons Kiss, and the English actor Michael Crawford. Reportedly, those are some of these nominees.
Wow.
This
Kiss.
year.
Kiss. Oh, maybe all the Phil timers will be showing up for a little activity.
All the Phil timers out there.
Yeah.
Will Phil Almquist be at this year's Kennedy Center Awards?
Poll question: has Phil Almquist been to a Kiss concert? Yes or no?
Isn't he trying to get it renamed to the Trump Center?
Well, that was a Republican. The Republicans had proposed that in fact, it would be part of it would be renamed for Melania Trump.
Geez.
That was actually a Republican had proposed that it would be the Historic Performing Arts Center would be named.
What?
At the Opera House itself would be named after First Lady Melania Trump.
What butt-kissing Republican did that? Oh, Mr. Trump, we should name it after your wife. Ugh, sycophants. Gross.
What's wrong with that? Melania is a beautiful name.
Stupid.
It is named after. It bears the name Kennedy. Who's that after?
I agree with you. I don't think it should be named after that drunk family.
I can't believe we're arguing about this.
Not that Kennedy.
I'm not here waving the Kennedy flag. A bunch of cheaters and drunks.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah,
Here
exactly.
we go.
How's that heroin, RFK Jr.?
Moving forward, we'll talk about UFOs and bright lights in the sky, but we got to talk about our sponsor this morning. Thank you to the Piazza Auto Group for sponsoring this edition of the news at Piazza Volkswagen of Langhorne and Ardmore. Get 2.9% financing for 60 months or a $3,500 customer bonus on a new 2025 Atlas. Just visit piazzavw.com, explore inventory, and schedule a test drive. I'm Dawn Stensland with your morning news, and now the forecast, which allegedly could contain heavy storms.
Yeah.
I'm saying allegedly.
If the storms come and you don't have a Generac generator expert
what's wrong with you?
Yeah,
I know.
From MT Rule, you're going to be SOL.
Don't say we didn't warn you.
That's right.
By the way, my parents have one.
Yeah.
My wife's aunt and uncle have one. So, because they all live in the sticks.
Yeah.
One lives in like Flemington in the sticks of Hunterdon County.
Yeah.
And the other lives up in the Slate Belt.
That's right.
They
You
always
need one.
always lose power up there. So they're like, what's that generator that Nick is always talking about?
Well, that would be courtesy of MT Rule. Visit mtruhl.com because today, Philly weather, 75 degrees going up to 90, a 50% chance of some strong storms coming up later in the afternoon into the evening hours, which could include and come with an inch of rain.
An inch.
And so we're going to have stories tomorrow of flooded roads, people that tried to drive through with their little 4-cylinder smart car, and they got stuck. But, that's a you problem.
We do need rain, though.
I know. The golf courses are getting a little crispy.
The grass is getting a little scorched.
Yeah.
Grass is getting a little scorched.
Yeah. Could use a nice little spritzing.
Running my sprinkler,
Yep.
My water bill is going to be astronomical.
All right. I'm not going to be able to tip the pool boy by Labor Day.
I know. Like Natural Lawn of America aeration is coming up. We need a little rain.
Yeah, that comes up in
next week.
Yeah, nice.
All right. Coming up next, UFOs and hotel checkouts before we get to Bruno. We're getting weird before we even get to Tony B. Back after this.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, veneriadental.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.731, it's Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno in 15 minutes as we kick off a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Going to get through two stories here. We'll get to the hotel story, which is very, very fascinating. I didn't know that this was an actual issue, but then again, it's 2025, so apparently everything is an issue. We'll get to that. But I want to get to UFOs. I saw this story yesterday on the Daily Mail. The headline, FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, docs exposed chilling new details withheld from East Coast drone invasion report. And if you recall, a few days ago, it might have been last week on the cut sheet, we played you the clip of Trump in an interview with Miranda Devine from the New York Post. And there was a lot of questions, a lot of different topics that were on the table. And one was the drone sightings that we all experienced in the second half of 2024, ranging, I think this started maybe July, August, through the fall, into maybe the holiday season, towards the end of the Biden administration. And we played you this clip, but just to refresh your memory. And we all kind of had an interesting reaction to what Trump said and what he didn't say. But just to refresh you, clip K1, Phil, here's Miranda Devine and Trump on these drones and these, quote, UFOs.
I wanted to ask you about drones. We had the issue in New Jersey before the election where there are all these people thought UFOs or an attack of the killer drones. And I believe you're doing something about.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I know I can't tell you who it was and what it was, but yeah. I can't really tell you. I'd love to tell you actually, but it's not a big deal.
But it's not something frightening.
No, but I just, so obviously it's something that I know about, and it's not a problem at all.
It was legal.
Oh yeah, it was legal.
So it's legal. He knows it. He can't go into it. It's not a big deal. That was my reaction a week ago when we played it. But I did not know that also Tulsi Gabbard sat down with Miranda Devine, and then also New Jersey's Jeff Van Drew grilled Sean Duffy, the FAA leader, formerly of Fox and Friends Weekend. We're going to play you both of those clips in a second, but I just want to give you some details from the Daily Mail story. So there's been this, or there was, I should say, a mysterious black cube that joined the chilling list of objects spotted hovering over the U.S. during last year's drone invasion. Newly released government reports have revealed 5 incidents near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This one is in Ohio, that were never disclosed since the swarms of UFOs were seen along the East Coast in late 2024, along with several sightings of unidentified drones around the secretive Air Force Base in December of 2024. Federal officials now say a black cube-shaped craft was spotted by a nearby airplane less than 80 miles from Wright-Patterson. Witnesses of the strange object sent their claims to the Federal Aviation Administration on December 19th, describing how the cube was flying within 500 feet of the plane, which was soaring at only 16,000 feet above the ground. This would make it incredibly unlikely to be a commercial drone, since those types of devices only fly a few hundred feet above the ground. A person in Ohio submitted a Freedom of Information Act request, FOIA, and it was revealed that this sighting and the other drone incidents near Wright-Patterson led to a major security response, including temporarily closing off military airspace. Tulsi Gabbard was asked about this, And if memory serves me correct from last night when I watched this clip the first time, her explanation is the complete opposite or certainly different than Donald Trump's. K2, let's roll this.
And the New Jersey, the strange objects over New Jersey were drones.
I still have a lot of questions around that.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard what the public official line is. I just personally still have a lot of questions that are unanswered.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just New Jersey. It was happening in different parts of the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So now this is the second time where Trump says one thing, Tulsi Gabbard says the complete opposite. Go back to Iran and Israel and the strikes.
One question, and maybe you covered this, and if you did, I apologize. How far apart were these two interviews?
I think it's the same actual setting. It looks like the same backdrop.
No.
It's her set.
No, yes, it's her set. But when was this? When was the Tulsi Gabbard interview versus the Trump interview?
I pulled this clip. It was posted 5 days ago, and that was roughly about the same time we played the Trump one. So they were all done, I think, last week.
My question is that was she in a position of power when she did that interview, or was she still a civilian?
This interview that she did with Miranda was
August 5th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's in the role she's in now, DNI.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So
interesting.
Director of National Intelligence.
Interesting.
And then, of course, there was congressional hearings on Capitol Hill, C-SPAN with this. I want to roll this last clip. This is K3 because remember, New Jersey's Jeff Van Drew said, and Dawn mentioned it was on the Dom show, about an Iranian mothership off the coast of wherever. And nobody ever seems to follow up when people just completely whiff on an opinion, which is remarkable. Not blaming anybody here, but like somebody in the United States of America that has access to these people should be like, well, just 12 months ago you said this. We've never been given any clarification. Do you want to double down? Did you get bad info? Well, we don't care to talk about that. Here's clip K3.
The problematic part is now we're hearing they were from the FAA, but the bottom line is the FAA in the last year, we had the Department of Defense spend money and the FBI spend money to come in and to investigate. So, and I don't know if you can answer this, the right hand not know what the left hand is doing. What do you think? I mean, what's really going on there? There is something there, Mr. Secretary.
I don't want to get crossways with anyone else in the administration, but I was there in New Jersey, not far away from the president's Bedminster property, and there were big drones flying over my house and my community, and I think the problem was that when you had about 3 days of that neighbor was talking to neighbor, it wasn't until later that equities came up to look at it. And at that point, I think the drones that your constituents that I saw were gone.
Okay, so they were gone. And we haven't seen drones for now 7, 8, 9 months, whatever the math is. So the question is, or the questions to be asked, are we being told the truth? I mean, we haven't really been told anything, so I don't think we could sit there and say, yeah, we're being told the truth. So the question then becomes, what do we think really went down? I mean, I just jotted down a handful of possibilities.
Yeah.
Chinese spy balloons, our own government surveilling us, our own government surveilling for possible radioactive nuclear activity. Were these government drones? I mean, apparently they're not commercial drones, so it's not like Amazon was doing a test run. We heard they only can go up so high. Are these, in fact, what Hollywood depicts as UFOs? I mean, is E.T. really coming here? And I mean, I've never believed that. I don't believe any of those things exist in Area 51. I don't think there's a space shuttle with something that looks like the animal from Independence Day that Will Smith punched in the face and knocked out with Jeff Goldblum. But I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, we really do have aliens and UFOs, or our own government is surveilling us. To which I say, and here's my question, and it's not a criticism, but it's out of curiosity with Trump. Especially on this front when you're having it fly over Bedminster. And also with, by the way, we still have not been given, we're coming up on now the 13-month anniversary of him being shot. We still have no details on what was on Thomas Matthew Crook's encrypted devices. And Trump has said he's happy with what he was told behind the scenes. I don't understand. A guy who gets bothered by Rosie O'Donnell's comments doesn't seem to be interested or doesn't portray it publicly about being shot to have the real information revealed, or whatever was going on for 6 months, including flying over his precious Bedminster. It's not a big deal. I was told about it. We're all good. It's legal.
Well, here's the thing about, and I'll address the other question, but I want to do the Thomas Matthew Crooks thing first. He was the one who was almost assassinated. Do you think if there was some sort of sinister plot behind it, you don't think that he would want to get to the bottom of that? So if he's telling us,
did he get to the bottom of it and not tell us, or did he not?
Why would he do that? Why would he do that? So, like, what I'm saying is that this affected him. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
This isn't about Obama. This
Right.
isn't about Bush. You know, this affected him. Why wouldn't he? And I can't believe I'm doing this.
It's a great question.
Why wouldn't he want the answers?
Right.
And if it was some sinister plot, why wouldn't that be the first thing he said?
And that's why I posed the question, because he's willing to talk about almost anything and everything and shoot from the hip off the cuff. But in select moments, he does bite his lip.
So maybe the answer is that not everything is a giant conspiracy. Maybe it was just some lone wolf creep that, you know, got too close to the president, and our Secret Service effed up. Like, sometimes, you know, Occam's razor, you know, sometimes the simplest thing is really the answer.
Yep.
So, you know, I know it's a big thing online. Like, what about his laptop? What about this? You don't think Trump would want to get to the bottom of who tried to kill him?
I just,
if it was some sinister plot?
I just find it hard to believe that our government, with all the technology, has not unencrypted a 20-year-old's device.
But again, even if they did, what would it show? You know what I mean?
Who he was in communication with? Who were the other parties involved? Unless, of course, your theory is correct, and it's certainly possible that maybe just a lone 20-year-old wolf.
Maybe he was in contact with a bunch of other 20-year-olds who live in their basement and, you know,
could be
flog their hog 10 times a day. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Seriously.
Flog their hog.
Seriously, like,
get off.
Honestly, like, it just, like, not everything needs to be this giant conspiracy.
Oh, yeah. Of course not. Of course not.
Sorry.
I mean, to me, does this not bother anybody else? I mean, we're supposed to be the anti-surveillance side of the political aisle. This administration is the most transparent administration of all time. And every time we want answers to things that are very salacious, that are the clickbait material, we get ungats. We get squat on Epstein. We get squat on drones. I'll take a page. So you defended Trump there. I'll take a page out of the Stalker playbook. We're doing role play here, Gregory.
I love it.
If this was
never know which way anybody's going to come down on this radio show. That's why I love this show.
If the Trump administration was wrapping up 2024 and these happened, and the Biden administration was taking over in 2025, and Joe Biden was mumbling and bumbling and saying, blah, 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 it's not a big deal, it's legal. You think we would accept that answer? Would anybody on this station accept that answer? The answer is no.
With the drones, I have way more questions about. I do. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm starting to think they really are UFOs.
No, UFOs. Stop. What I believe it was, and Dawn is suspiciously quiet on this. She
has the answer. She can't reveal it.
What I suspect is that it is a bunch of, you know, U.S. drones surveilling things. And, you know, it's not a big deal to them.
What would they be doing scanning over Bedminster? Looking for my lost golf ball that I shot into the woods?
Yeah, like, I think that they're just, But
remember, Trump wasn't in office when that happened. Security for what? He was, quote, the opponent at that time.
Think about, what's in New Jersey? Lockheed Martin.
Okay.
Has a significant presence in Morristown. And then think about all the military type of manufacturers that are in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And then we have U.S. Armed Force. We have different bases, Belleville, New Jersey, Scranton. You know what I mean? All these different, whether they're in Pennsylvania or New Jersey, whether they're military bases or military facilities or military contractors, manufacturers. And so I think it's what I've seen and what I have inferred from all of the back and forth is that this is a combination of private sector and as well government, military. They're testing different things, but they're also looking at different security measures, and that's what these drones are. Because the only reason, and what's consistent in the Tulsi and Trump interviews,
Mm-hmm.
they have basically the same wording where they say, I wish I could tell you, but I really can't. Well, what is it that they could not tell us about?
Right.
Things that have to do with national security.
Sure.
Because they don't want to give that up.
Yeah, I don't expect them to divulge details that would weaken our national security. But all you have to do, if that's the case, is say, it's for the betterment of the citizens. It's a national security thing.
Would you?
You should feel good about what we're up. Whatever.
Would you accept that if that was Biden saying that?
If he said if he came forward and said, yeah, we're doing some national security stuff, enhancing, technology, border, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But dancing around it in this evasive manner and then having somewhat conflicting messages. Tulsi seems to be more interested in things than a lot of other people high up in this. Have you noticed that? And maybe that there is something to remember the report that she was not involved in one of those meetings behind the scenes, and we talked about that.
Yeah, about the bombing of Iran.
I like Tulsi Gabbard. I have to move her up in my power ranking.
Okay.
I think she's
I'm
a
sure
thoughtful.
she's thrilled to know that.
She should be. I mean, she's not going to get Tom Homan's spot, but she could get the 2 spot.
Look, I think part of the reason that we need a private public sector, military as well as private sector companies running security is that with what Senator Van Drew said, you had this, ship in Iran. They showed the pictures of it that 1 minute it was there. Then the satellite images showed revealing that it was not there. So where is it? So of course, other countries, do they want to spy on us? Yeah, sure.
I don't
and
think
so
it was
maybe
that.
they want to do these things. I don't think that they're separate from each other. In other words, the reason that we have to have the high technology that we do for national security is to make sure that other countries aren't launching their drones from their ships or whatever they're planning on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, we'll save the hotel story for maybe 9:30 after we wrap up the cut sheet with Bruno, because we do want to get to this fascinating story. But Tony is with us from his new abode.
Look at this.
Casa de Bruno.
Look at that background.
Look at
Little breezy here in the Gulf of America. Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course.
Good morning.
We've got you.
Good morning. And thank you for joining me today for the first time live. Now, we don't have all the acoustics done, but we are in the new digs, and it's a beautiful day.
It is.
For the cut sheet.
Look at that backdrop for you, or that background for you. It's lovely.
Gulf of America.
Yeah,
You heard
Bruno,
him say
right
that?
there on the Gulf of America.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
All right, let's do this.
Could we hang a flag from his property?
What's on
Yeah.
the cut
Hey, by the way,
sheet?
speaking of what's on the cut sheet, today's sponsor, Rita's, they will be here at some point today with a food drop. Today, I think.
Rita's,
I think
yes.
8 o'clock. I think 8 o'clock. I believe I heard from our wonderful sales maven guru, Victor Starr. I think 8 o'clock. Rita's is coming by, but
Victor's a good man.
what's on the cut sheet on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno, sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Gummy Bear Ice is back at Rita's. It's a juicy mix of fruity flavors packed with real gummy bears. Try the glittery gummy bear gelati topped with unicorn glitter for a truly magical treat. Stop by before it's gone. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring and for dropping off gelatis and ice and everything else for the wonderful people here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, because you know what's on the cut sheet is where it's at. Thank you. Speaking of sponsors of the show,
what he said.
Sarah McBride, Mary Gay Scanlon, and Chrissy Houlihan go to Wawa.
Sarah McBride, a.k.a. the dude from Delaware.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Chrissy Houlihan and Mary Gay Scanlon, all local representatives here, right?
Yes.
So they decided to make a cringe video where they stand outside Wawa and show everybody what they ordered at Wawa. Would you guys like to see what the representatives in this area have ordered from Wawa? Tony Bruno, I'm looking at you.
I really hope, Tony.
I already saw it, and it's more cringe than the police chief of Washington, D.C., who did not know what chain of command meant.
Well, these three ladies, they listen to Kayal and Company, and they hear that, occasionally the 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Wawa.
Of course.
Where the $5 Big Breakfast deal is back.
Great sponsor of this program.
Yep.
These ladies, and I say that tongue-in-cheek, What have they ordered? You can watch for yourself. Roll this.
Let's go to the
Hey
tape.
everyone, Sarah McBride here alongside Representatives Chrissy Houlihan and Mary Gay Scanlon from Pennsylvania. We've been traveling across our districts in Pennsylvania and Delaware to talk about clean water. But of course, we couldn't let the day go by without some regional delicacy.
Oh.
So we are here at Wawa for lunch, and here are our go-to Wawa orders.
Yes.
So I went with the quesadilla and sometimes the pig meal sandwich. That's definitely my favorite diet Wawa.
Turkey shorty.
I've got turkey shorty with lettuce, tomato, pickles.
Fascinating.
And sweet peppers.
Sweet pepper.
Oh.
And
I
coffee.
don't eat lunch, so I just got a hot coffee, small, with cream and 3 Splenda, always hot, never iced. I gotta tell you,
What? Never
Wawa
iced?
hits differently in Delaware.
Yeah, except for I think we had Wawa first in Pennsylvania. Actually, it started in Delaware County.
Delaware and Pennsylvania might not always be able to see eye to eye, but there's one thing that Delawareans and Pennsylvanians, at least in eastern Pennsylvania, can agree on, and that is we love our Wawa.
A water day.
Do you think Sarah McBride likes the 5-inch or the footlong?
He's definitely not a shorty fan. You know, the shorty's like
Oh.
6 inches, right? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. What was
Mary Gay Scanlon?
Yeah.
I get her confused with the other Pennsylvania blonde chick who's haggard as well.
Madeline Dean.
What's her name?
Yeah.
Madeline Dean. Yeah. Madeline Dean and Mary Gay Scanlon. Are they the same person?
No. And not related to Paula Scanlon either.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
There you go.
Exactly.
I was going to give a little credit to what was Sarah's maiden, not maiden
Timmy.
name?
It was, I
Tim
still call him
McBride.
Timmy.
Yeah.
Was the
Timmy
former
McBride.
name
Yeah.
before the surgery.
And number one, Democrats are always cringe with these
Oh.
staged photos and videos.
Oh,
yes.
Like she's fully woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
there was an actual surgery.
Right. But no,
Okay.
no to iced coffee, hot only.
Yeah, well,
we just talked about this
I
last
was
week.
just going to say,
Hot-
I'm on the same side as Sarah McBride.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, Greg, you and Sarah can have your hot coffee.
So there's
By the
that.
way, in that threesome, guys, in
Yeah.
that threesome, she's still the most. Sarah McBride is the most feminine of the three.
You know,
I have to admit that.
I was just gonna say that. I swear, and this is I guess a grotesque compliment. When you first see Sarah McBride, I
you
don't
say, "Wow."
I'm not saying I would. I'm not saying she's hot, but I don't think dude.
I mean,
No.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
Doesn't even sound like a dude anymore.
Dawn, can you help us?
Nope.
Save us. Save me. I'm trying to make it through without going to HR. Jesus.
So
Well, these
Chrissy,
12-foot ceilings here are making it really echoey. I'm going to
Yeah.
have to put the batten. I'm going to have to put all the battens up.
Yep.
Batten down the
before
hatches.
next
Yeah.
appearance.
Tell Robin to put the foam up on
Yeah.
the wall.
What were you saying?
no,
Yes.
I'm going to say this about Chrissy Houlihan.
Yep.
Who is the one to McBride's
Yep.
right
Mm-hmm.
with the curlier blonde hair.
Looks like Marcy
Chrissy
Darcy.
Houlihan, military background
Yep.
in Chester County, and was challenged recently by somebody who's become a friend of mine, and this is Neil Young. No, not the Neil Young singer, but a educator, great guy.
Cool bus.
And yeah, really cool bus. Wants to come here and we'll host Neil. But the truth is, honestly, it's about the issues. And for Chrissy Houlihan, who recently lied about funding, and I just did an interview about that one yesterday. But Chrissy Houlihan is lies to her constituents, in my opinion. And this is a representative in Chester County, in my humble opinion, who does not represent the people there as they should be represented. And the schools right now are not performing the way they should. There's so much happening in Chester County with taxes going up. You got Chester and Berks, but you got to pay attention to this. And she's one of those individuals who gets a pass in the media, but watch her policies, because she has lied to her constituents. And, Neil Young is an up-and-comer, I believe. But this is an issue where in all of these issues, look at what these three women are doing. They want to talk about anything else other than our Pennsylvania economy, the taxes that are going up, the high energy costs, and how you are going to pay for the higher taxes, not them. And that's why they want to stand outside an ice cream shop, and that's why they want to talk about the flavor of the day. They'll talk about anything else other than what really matters to each and every one of us.
You know, for the Kayal and Company road trip, we don't need a Winnebago or a sponsor. We'll just use Neil Young's bus.
Yes.
We'll be like the Partridge Family.
Tony Bruno brought up the D.C. police chief who didn't know what chain of command was. I know Nick played this in the Big Take. I want to play it again for the later listeners and viewers of the program. This is 9, Philip.
What the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear. The president has requested MPD services, and our home rule charter outlines the process. The president designated Attorney General Bondi as his proxy to request services through me.
Wow, Tony Bruno. When Marielle Bowser has to step in to save the day, you know you're incompetent.
Well, you know, the police commissioner was the DEI lead chief not that long ago. So she was just talk about DEI must die. It didn't die. She put this woman in charge of her DEI, now in charge of the police department, and does not know what chain of command.
Yeah.
You know what? She should listen to a little bit of Aretha Franklin. Chain of fools is what we have right there. That's a chain of fools. We talked about the 3 white chicks in front of a Wawa. How about those 3 chicks in D.C. who have no clue about anything?
Yep. She was in charge of the office, that lady that couldn't answer chain of command, the Office of Equitable Distribution.
What the hell is that?
Another made-up job.
We just make up jobs.
We just
for people
create
now.
jobs to make people feel like they're included.
By the way, Tony Bruno.
I think it started in Philly when we had that. What's her face was the police commissioner, and they finally found a way to get her out of here. And didn't they send her to D.C. or Baltimore? Remember the police commissioner in Philly?
Oh yeah, the one
during
before
the Jim Kenney.
Yeah, before Kevin Bethel. We just mentioned the name yesterday. Dawn, who was that?
I'll assume we forget her.
Not Jennifer Griffin. She's Temple. Who was the Philadelphia female? Danielle Outlaw.
Yeah,
the
Danielle
commissioner,
Outlaw.
the police commissioner.
Yeah, Outlaw.
Danielle
Yeah, that's what I
Outlaw.
said. The Philadelphia police commissioner was the first of the DEI hires in major cities in America, major blue cities in America, and now it's taken over. You got the Cincinnati chick who's totally clueless, that police commissioner. You notice that and again, I love women, but the fact that the majority of police commissioners who are now women seem to be inept.
Yeah.
And again, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, but if you're a police commissioner of a major metropolitan area, and we talked about Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., these people are incompetent.
Yeah.
Don't you shouldn't you have worked your way up through the police department to become the commissioner?
Yeah.
And by the way, like
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like Christine Coulter, who was actually the first woman to lead the Philadelphia police. And she should have gotten that job, but Jim Kenney wanted more boxes checked instead of somebody like Christine Coulter, who was fabulous. Remember, she was that interim, and Christine Coulter was competent, respected, and she should have been the one promoted. Jim Kenney, who I don't know if he was DEI or not. I don't know what he was. He was just a disaster.
Yeah.
But the fact that he wanted somebody who would check more boxes than just the female box, chose somebody from the West Coast, the left coast, who was incompetent, not ready for it, and that was a hot mess.
And speaking of promoted, that's exactly what ended up happening to Danielle Outlaw. She is now the deputy chief of security for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. She's coming up on the 2-year anniversary of getting that position, September of 2023. I guarantee you that's a pay increase versus what she was getting paid in Philadelphia.
Well, yeah, but she also doesn't have to do anything. I mean, have you been to the Port Authority bus terminal on 8th Avenue?
No.
By the way, Tony, there's 680 people watching and only 165 likes. That is just outrageous.
An outrage.
That is just an outrage.
It is an outrage.
Please hit the like button. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button.
I slammed it early. I slammed it.
Yeah,
The first thing I did is I slammed it
I know you
this
did.
morning. And I hit the like button.
Hit the like and everybody hit the like and subscribe buttons right now, please. We need to get to 400 likes. So please, everybody that's watching, hit the like button.
Yes.
And
like it and then lick it.
Yes. Hit the like button and then lick your monitor.
Hey, Tony, I don't know if you heard this, but your fave, Larry Krasner, was on with Caitlin Collins last night.
I'll put my feet up for this.
I saw it. I saw it. And then I actually watched the interview.
Oh, did you?
And I'm like, yes, unfortunately, I watched. And then Larry Krasner, talk about thugs.
Yeah.
So he thinks by going on CNN, of all places, that somehow it's going to help him because he's being challenged now in Philadelphia in the upcoming election. It doesn't mean he's going to lose. Of course not. He's going to win. We know that. But the fact that he lied on every single thing that he said, you said it earlier about politicians lying.
Yeah.
Larry Krasner should not even be allowed to guide a bus tour in Philadelphia, let alone be the district attorney.
Let's start here with 28. He says that what Trump is doing in D.C. is the normalization of troops being deployed to do what they should not be asked to do. Roll this.
Right.
28.
This is a staging ground. This is a normalization of troops being deployed to do what they should not be asked to do, what they're not equipped to do, and what violates the Constitution and laws. And why is he doing it? He's doing it for the same reason he had that stupid birthday parade. He's doing it because he really likes the idea of being a dictator. He likes the idea of destroying our legal system. He likes the idea of eliminating the courts and taking away individual rights. I mean, look what he's doing, talking about people who are unhoused as if they're criminals. They're not criminals.
Unhoused.
They need a place to sleep. They need food. You know, last time I checked the Bible, it said, take everything you have and give it to the poor. It didn't say steal everything you can from the poor and lock them up. And that's what he's doing here. This is a profoundly un-American attempt to exercise power in ways that are illegal, to scare big cities and to go after democratic cities that are diverse, to serve his racist, fascist agenda. I'm sorry to put it out so plain, but that is what this is, and we all have to stand up to it.
What happened to Caitlin Collins, the fact checker?
She never seems to butt in when she's talking to a Democrat, does she?
Yeah. I mean, remember how many times she interrupted Trump when she interviewed him?
Yeah, sits there quiet with that little beak she has of a nose, just stoically looking into the
We have to do
camera.
a fact check.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Meanwhile, Larry Krasner is the guy. I remember Jim Kenney during the 2020 riots, the George Floyd riots in Philadelphia, and Jim Kenney was in West Philly with this poor woman who was like, we need help here, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I'm going to get it for you. Larry Krasner hates law enforcement. He hates cops. He hates the National Guard. He hates... has he been to Kensington lately, K&A? Has this guy been outside of his little mansion? I'm glad somebody got to pay his taxes for him. Did anybody... That's why the Philadelphia media is a joke. Is anybody in the Philadelphia media looking into Larry Krasner's reign of terror? He's the worst DA. He is the worst of the Soros stooges put into office, and he has the most power of any district attorney in the entire country. How do you explain that to anybody when even San Francisco and Oakland ran out their Soros DA stooges? Philadelphia just keeps putting this guy back in office every 3 years. He's an idiot. This guy doesn't belong. Even this guy should not even be. He should be set to Gitmo. He should be behind bars.
Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah.
He's the. I drive him to Alligator Alcatraz myself and drop him off right in front of the first bayou down there. Well, they don't have bayous; they have swamps.
It's hard to believe that people would actually get away from Jim Kenney, but yet this guy, who to me they're always going to be linked together. Kenny and Krasner, like they're joined at the hip, and yet we can't get rid of the second one. You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. Dunk on we'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. Be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Wait a minute. Who seriously, who thinks Larry Krasner is a good DA? Except criminals. Seriously.
28% of the population votes for him, so I don't know.
That's all you need, though, because nobody goes out to vote. It's another off-year election, and Larry Krasner, off-year election, he always wins.
Yep. Let's do 30 here, Phil. He brings up, he keeps talking about the Trump's
fascism.
DC. Yeah. Roll 30.
Dictators want. So let's not get lost in his silly argument, his silly distraction from the fact that he doesn't want to give up information on his own involvement in a pedophile ring. Did we all forget about that? Let's not get away from that. And let's not get into his silly arguments. This country may have its lowest year of crime on record this year. At the same time, this man is claiming a public safety emergency. Donald Trump is the public safety emergency. It's him. And we all need to stand up to that, or we are going to lose our country.
Can I say something? And we have to be very careful here with everything we say. Did you watch this entire thing, Tony? I didn't. I just saw a bunch of clips. Did Caitlin Collins at any point say, well, there's actually no proof that he's involved in a pedophile ring, so we can't make those accusations here?
Of course not.
Like, that is so irresponsible. That is so irresponsible. There's been, I mean, yes, of course, you can say, something about the Epstein files or, him being in the Epstein files because we know he is. But right. You can't say that he was a part of some pedophile ring if you don't have
It's the same thing Stephanopoulos dealt with when he was using rape versus the civil case with, Eugene Carroll.
But it's her job to Dawn's point. She fact checks. Yeah. She fact checks everything. I'm getting tongue tied here. She fact checks everything, and she won't do that with him.
She's insufferable.
Of course not, because look what happens. You have Benjamin Manis on, right? Benjamin Manis and any of these other local people who have the cojones to stand up to Krasner when he has one of his little gaggles with his reporters, he doesn't answer any questions. But what does he do? He calls CNN and says, put me on, and Caitlin Clark says, yeah, right away, sir. That's what that was. This was Larry Krasner's attempt to try to buy some more votes on a show that nobody watches. You notice they're all going on CNN now. All of these people in trouble go to CNN like they're going to get any help.
Yep.
Nobody even knows outside of Philadelphia who Larry Krasner is. Nobody. Yep. And Caitlin Collins is a disgrace. And that was embarrassing. That's why she should never. It would have been worse if she should have made. Why didn't he go on with Jake Tapper?
That's true.
Another strapper. Caitlin Collins is an absolute mouthpiece for the DNC and another disgrace. And why CNN, the fact that they're still in business, is beyond human comprehension.
Rack that take.
Dana White on the CBS morning show yesterday had a big announcement about the UFC at the White House. This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
There is talk of a July 4th fight. America's 250th birthday next summer.
Where at?
At the White House.
Okay.
It's a pretty big venue. Is that going to happen, Dana? What can you tell us?
It is definitely going to happen. I talked to him last night, him being the president, and I'm flying out there at the end of this month, and I'm going to sit down and walk him through, all the plans and the renderings, and we're going to start deciding what he wants and doesn't want. But yeah, it's definitely going to happen. Well, think about this. When you were just asking me, at the beginning how I felt about, where we are today, July 4th, 250th birthday of the United States of America, live on CBS from the White House.
Well,
so,
listen,
yeah,
I like the live
excited.
on.
I love that. Now, I'm guessing they're going to stick that on Paramount and charge you to pay for the Paramount Plus streaming. I highly doubt they'll just give it away for you on Channel 3. But I'll tell you what, even if it is on pay-per-view, Tony, I have never paid for a UFC pay-per-view, but you give me UFC on the 250th birthday, July 4th, 2026, and the rumor is Logan Paul might fight Conor McGregor at the White House.
Really?
Sign me up. Call me a Mark. Whatever you want, I'm in.
I'd like to see what's his name? The guy, Jim Acosta, be the main event, getting taken down. I want to see Caitlin Collins and Jim Acosta in one of the preliminary matches that'll be free. How about that? Dana White goes on CBS this morning, and you know why? Because they're owned by Paramount, CBS, and because Dana White just got like billions of dollars to take it away from ESPN to put it on Paramount. So that's why he went on good. He didn't go on the morning show at CBS because it's not even it's like the third lowest rated morning show. He went on there because he's now a partner with Paramount, and this is the same company, remember?
The Skydance Corporation.
Skydance. Yep. Right, but this is the same company that told Colbert to take a hike, and now all of a sudden they get billions of dollars for the UFC, so the UFC will be part of Skydance, Paramount, and CBS. And so obviously they have the money, and obviously they're looking at things they want to invest in, and Colbert is not one of the things they want to invest in for the future. I mean, it's not a cheap shot at Colbert.
It's true.
These are the economic facts.
100%.
That's why Dana White's on CBS, because he's now a partner with CBS, Paramount, Skydance, whatever you want to call it. This whole conglomerate is looking where they want to put their money, where the money is going to make them even more money.
Well, TKO looks brilliant. TKO is the company that owns UFC and WWE, and they say, okay, who wants our rights? Well, Paramount's the lowest subscriber count for any streaming service behind Peacock and Amazon and Netflix, you name it. So they jump on the UFC's hot product. And ESPN, now all of a sudden Disney has money. They bring in WWE pay-per-views. I guess they call them premium live events now. And also the acquisition of the NFL Network and the Red Zone channel. These companies are very smart because ESPN and Paramount, dying and struggling with viewers, they're willing to pay an arm and a leg to get it.
Yep.
All I'm looking at is, please God, from my CBS days, I have in my portfolio Paramount, right? Skydance, because all that was, when they took over. And so look at the stock market right now. So Skydance Corporation, Paramount, all these stocks going up. And that means great news for CBS News right now. So look for their ratings to rise. And that's just it. What do you want to invest in?
Yep.
So you have Dana White. That's all my sons were talking about yesterday. You think about what the younger generation, especially young guys, what they care about. They don't watch CBS News. They never talk about that. They're thrilled with this. Mom, can you get us to the White House next July 4th? You know what I mean? This is amazing news for those individuals at CBS News, Skydance Corporation, Paramount. Wow.
By the way, with the Nick, with the WWE going to ESPN next year, I've heard rumors that you might not have to be a member of ESPN Plus like you have to be for the UFC events.
Correct. You're not going to have to pay that $30 extra.
It's just going to be
30.
It's just going to be
more than 30.
No. The monthly subscription for
$29.99
is plus whatever the UFC costs, which is usually $79.99.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
No, I read yesterday, guys, that talk about the symbiotic relationship with all these companies that used to be rivals.
Yeah.
ESPN and Fox and Fox Sports are teaming up, and there's going to be like a $39.99 package where you can get both ESPN and Fox Sports 1, I guess.
Wow.
So these companies are looking for ways to make money, even if it means getting in bed together, which never used to happen.
I know.
So that's what they're doing. All these companies are saying, what's profitable for us in the future? And it's not the late night shows, and it's not even the morning shows for the most part. It's sports entertainment, which people are still willing to pay for.
Live sports entertainment. That's the key. It used to be appointment television. You had an appointment with, back in the day, Action News, your local news, your national news, and it was appointment TV for your favorite shows. The only appointment people are going to make is with live sports. And who watches live sports? Men. You can't get, because of all the liberal media attacking men, young men, all men of all ages, men just don't want, they've gone away in droves, right? They drove them away from any kind of television except live sports.
The only time I turn ESPN on is for a game. I don't consume any of their programming opinionated content. And they're all chasing Netflix. I'm looking at it now. Netflix is selling for $1,225 a share.
It's funny, Nick, when you and I were younger, like I remember SportsCenter being like the place to go.
Even on replay.
In the morning and all that stuff. Like I always watch SportsCenter in the morning. And now it's just like, you're right, the only time I ever turn on ESPN is when there's a game on.
Well, there's no reason to get the highlights on SportsCenter. They're all clipped on social media.
It's true. You know? Different era. Bernie Sanders was on with Dana Bash on Sunday.
Oligarchy.
And he says he trashed the Democrats, saying that they have failed to speak to the needs of the working class. Let's start with cut 16, Phil.
West Virginians overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. How do you square that circle?
Well, that's a longer story that has to do with the failure of the Democratic Party in general to speak to the needs of the working class. This used to be, decades ago, one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. Now it's a strong Republican state because I think in many ways the Democratic Party has turned its back on what was its base.
Bernie Sanders taking his progressive message to deep red West Virginia.
You know, I had this thought yesterday because I saw that clip last night on social media. Do you think there's any part of Bernie that's got a little bit of sour grapes right now? You know, he's been trying to shove that socialist agenda down America's throat, and now he looks in New York City. He sees Mamdani as the odds-on favorite for mayor. He looks at presidential polling for 2028. AOC could be the nominee for the Democrat Party. You think there's any jealousy setting in? Bernie saying, well, wait a minute, what about me back in the day? I've been peddling this nonsense for 30 years. Just a thought.
Yeah, but Bernie's been a sellout every single election. I mean, the bottom line is, even when Bernie was hot the last couple of election cycles, he's shot now.
Yeah.
Nobody cares what Bernie Sanders says. The fringe minority of people who think he's somehow some visionary as he goes around with AOC to all of these states. It's like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is never in California. He's out there in states that he has nothing to do with, running for president. Bernie's done. He's got his 3 mansions, and he's complaining about people who have he's complaining about rich people who have mansions, who have companies. He's never signed a paycheck in his life.
I know.
All right, this is a guy who's a career grifter.
Yep.
He has 3 mansions bought by the Democratic Party to get him out of the way so they can get the right people in instead of him.
Yeah.
He's been passed around more than the Kardashians at NBA All-Star Weekend.
Ouch.
From downtown, Tony Bruno.
Tony Bruno just pulled up from 30 feet.
By the way, so that clip that we just played was making the rounds on social media for the last couple of days. Obviously, that interview was Sunday. One that we have an outtake here that is not making the rounds on social media. This is an exclusive Dana Bash question on to Bernie Sanders. By the way, you'll only hear this on Kayal and Company.
That's right.
Roll it.
I know you don't like to talk about your personal problems, but you just came out of rehab. Is there anything you can share with our audience about what you went through while you were being rehabilitated?
I don't know why people are making such a big deal out of this. I went to rehab because traveling with AOC all across the country and walking behind her all the time, I developed an addiction to big booty Latinas. Basically what it means is that once I see that big booty, I lock in on it. So whenever AOC is giving a speech with me and she walks in front of me as she's speaking, I'll just stare at her big juicy booty for the rest of the speech.
Yeah.
And they tell me that's a problem.
Yeah.
Excellent penetrator.
Not a problem for me.
No.
Alex Stein, 99. You know Alex Stein, 99. He's the one who started the whole big booty Latina thing. But Dana Bash got all dialed up and went into a theater in Wheeling, West Virginia to do that interview with Bernie in an empty theater.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I have no interest in hearing AOC speak, but I can trail from the rear view camera and just,
The biggest load that we've seen.
Exactly right. You know what I'm saying? Love that, man.
You have to see the video. The video of Nick saying this and playing drops, and Dawn just shaking her head.
I mean, you know,
it was brilliant work.
You see her roll. You see her
was that
rolling.
Grok or was that Chat? Who did that one? Grok?
I'm not
Who
sure.
did that?
Okay. It was obviously. Full disclaimer, that was AI.
Yeah,
yes,
you didn't get it.
He
But
did,
at first,
Yeah.
you're like, what?
Yeah. Speaking of politicians that never return to their district, like Gavin Newsom as the governor of California, every time the boys in the Queens district of New York see AOC return to her home district, they say this.
We want to hit that hard.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly.
And then AOC says,
Jump on me, go for it. That's what we do here. By the way, she's still not married. She is still not married to Riley Roberts.
Yeah.
Really?
That's a bad job out of Riley. I would have, if I was on board with her,
Talk
her
about
politics.
beards. Yeah. Talk about beards.
I'm just saying,
Seriously,
if I
do you
was
think that you think that they live together? Do you think that they're actually an item?
What do you mean?
When was the last time you saw her and him together? Again, I don't care about her personal life. She can do whatever she wants, but that's a joke, that whole relationship.
I don't know. If I was a progressive man, and I guess there's a few of them out there, I would have wifed her up a long time ago.
Wifed her up?
Yeah.
Wifed her up?
Caveman Nick Kayal.
I'm sure Riley has a good job. You know, you buy her a big fat rock.
Thank God for Dawn Stanton on the show, honestly.
Don't you remember her? She
Exactly.
Was, he just Riley likes to be spanked.
Yeah.
Yes.
Regularly.
Yeah.
Riley,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Lectured, spanked. Spank me.
When was the last time anybody saw this Riley dude? He wasn't on the oligarch tour with Bernie, was
I'll
he?
be honest, I
Did she
haven't
take
seen
him with him?
I haven't seen him since he read that hostage letter on Instagram.
No, there was a picture of the two of them out somewhere. There was.
Where?
I literally just because I forgot what he looked like. He's a ginger, which is
he's a big slovenly ginger dude.
Yeah,
Not that there's anything wrong with that,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
gingers need love too.
Do they? Yeah. I don't know. She's to Nick's point. She's very attractive, and I mean, she does have crazy.
all right.
She does have crazy
eyes
She
and
does
an
have
annoying
crazy eyes.
voice,
And
but if
she
you
would
can get past
definitely,
that,
she would definitely put a bunny in a pot of stew
Oh,
if you didn't if you didn't call her back the next day.
there's no doubt. She'll Michael Douglas you in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But 3 years they've been engaged.
Thank God the three of us are so handsome.
I've been engaged for 3 years.
You
and
have.
nothing's
That's
come of
right.
it.
That's right. I was going to say, we're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of you proposing live on the Friday night show. When's the wedding?
Yeah.
Well, right now it's on hold pending the completion of the house is complete, but you can hear it. Here is we have to deal with acoustics and things, and we'll be doing it outside. By the way, I'm not actually at that scene. That is the Gulf of America, but I'm actually inside in a big 12-foot ceiling room. So the acoustics, I got to get Phil here or Jim Kelly to come down and help me get this room tweaked in, dialed in.
Yeah.
Get it dialed in
We'll
acoustically.
send the 1210 travel team down there
Yeah.
to help you.
Send Zioli down here. Then he can interview. He can go to Alligator Alcatraz with me. We can do a live report from there.
Well, he'd have to leave the Fox studios to come down first. By the way, it's not too often I look at the YouTube chat, but after the AOC stuff, this is great. 91 LSXer says not to be confused with Riley Cooper.
Exactly right.
Whatever happened to
Great
Riley Cooper?
He's down there back in Florida. He's down on the campus of the University of Florida up in Gainesville. Trolling.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, I know what everybody's asking. That with Trump announcing the Fed takeover for the police in D.C., what does Al Sharpton think? Well, luckily MSNBC is here to tell us. Bring on Al Sharpton so he can enlighten us with what he thinks about the D.C. takeover. 5, Phil.
There are many cities in between Washington and Chicago, Washington and Oakland. He only chose the black one. So it is clear what he's trying to do. He's trying to race bait. His own base is very concerned about Epstein. So what do? You go throw your base red meat. Let's go back into race thing. All the blacks are breaking the crime, breaking the law. We need to go in. It's race baiting. And I think that what he has done is disgraceful, and it puts people under siege unnecessarily, and it's a misuse of law enforcement people. Yes, where there's crime, we need to support those criminals being subject to the law. The majority of the people in Washington are black. Their victims are black. We're not making excuses for criminals, but he did on January 6th. And why should we trust his judgment when the data shows different?
So according to Al Sharpton, Trump should not federalize law enforcement in any major city with crime issues. So we should scratch off Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, Philly, L.A., San Fran, Oakland, Atlanta. Well, I mean, I guess Al Sharpton probably will not have a problem if Trump federalized law enforcement in Biloxi, Mississippi. He'd probably be okay with that. Now, there's probably no reason to federalize law enforcement in Biloxi, Mississippi, but because the math shows that it's a majority or a large African-American population, it's clearly race-driven. By the way, there's white criminals in Washington, D.C. They're not immune to being, investigated. I mean, last night they were...
Talking about it at the Capitol?
Yeah. Last night.
Lawmakers?
Yes. There's a lot of them. 2 from each state in the Senate and countless, 400 and however many, congressmen and women. Last night, they were rolling down the street. You saw multiple agencies, DEA and National Guard.
Yep.
Right, they were walking right down sidewalks.
Yeah, we have.
How rich is it? Is that Reverend Al Sharpton?
Yep.
who has his own little, he has in the backdrop of his studio is pimping his own action network, which survives simply to promote race hustling issues.
Yep.
He's the king of race hustlers.
Yep.
That's all he cares about. And he's got Ben Crump on speed dial whenever something happens. And people should be represented. But the fact that Al Sharpton is still on MSNBC after Freddie's Fashion Mart and after all the things that he's done in his career as a race pimp, they keep him in their employ. And that's one of the great mysteries of life that I never could understand.
Phil, to Nick's point about the National Guard patrolling D.C., can you just roll 37 in the background? There's no audio of it, Nick, if you just want to talk over it. So this is the...
This was last night outside of the Capitol.
Yeah.
And you see all the different National Guard getting set to be deployed. This was while the sun was still up last night.
Yep.
And then there was other clips going around of National Guard plus DEA strapped up, chest protectors on, and they were going neighborhood by neighborhood down sidewalks.
Yeah, we have one of the where they they stopped at a there was two guys on a porch, and I guess one was smoking weed or something like that. I don't know. I look, you know how.
But those guys weren't heavily armed, by the way.
You know
those guys in those little Hummers, they weren't heavily armed. I was watching some of that too. But the bottom line is, Washington, D.C. is not safe. And I like Simone Sanders on MSNBC also saying, I'm a woman, of course I'm worried. Yeah, they'll go to Georgetown. Anybody who's been to D.C., the only people who go into downtown D.C. are the people who work there, and most of the time they don't even live there.
Yeah, but
they just live in an apartment. It's Georgetown. You talk about lily white rich people, where all the hipsters and all the people with money go to be safe is Georgetown, the neighborhood adjoining it.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to downtown D.C. at night to party. And so that's the problem. It's a tourist. New York, Washington, D.C. is what New York City is in the tourist world. People go there to see the history because they want to be there. They don't go there because it's a hip and happening place. Because it's not in downtown D.C.
We have Simone Sanders saying exactly what you just said.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe. I'm a black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast D.C., right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
So wealthy Simone Sanders walking a street in Washington, D.C., sees multiple officers and doesn't feel safer. I call BS on that. Well,
absolutely. In Georgetown, remember?
Yeah.
In George, I feel safe there. There's not a cop. Yeah, because it's all rich white people down there, Simone. Yeah. That's where the rich white people and rich tourists go. That's where all of her friends in the political world live. They don't live in D.C. They rent condos. They have roommates in Washington. Nobody lives in Washington, D.C., except people who work for the government.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Let's do an exercise. We'll have Simone Sanders do the late night shift on MSNBC, live from Washington, D.C., all glitzed and dolled up on TV, and then sign off at midnight, and we'll just let her roam the streets in D.C. for 2 hours. See how safe she feels. But when the cops are present, no, I don't feel safe because I'm a black woman.
33, Phil. This is the video I was talking about. These are feds patrolling D.C., rolling up on. Look again. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this part.
I don't love this. I don't know what they're doing. But they talk about smelling weed or something like that. I don't even know.
Weed
is weed illegal in D.C.? You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
No, weed is legal everywhere. I mean, if you don't smell weed where you live, then you're just not living life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I used to have to go to Dave Matthews concerts with my kids to get a contact high. Now I just go outside. It doesn't matter where you live.
You're 100%
smoking weed everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although weed is not legal recreational here in Pennsylvania.
The libertarian in me just doesn't love this look, but roll it.
No, I don't either.
You got your ID on you, chick?
Well, no, I live right here.
Okay, cool.
It's a cigarette.
Alright. Come on.
Did y'all get a call or something about right here?
No, so we're doing checks, keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like Code 3, anything like that people are putting up? All right, so yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together for 7 days and going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside, right? Most people know that. Right? So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law, so they learn, right? And then if there's other stuff going on where it turns into there's multiple agencies or somebody, there's shooting and things like that. So there's extra hands.
By the way, this dude is all tatted up and
inform people.
Yeah.
Hat on backwards, trying to, listen, they're doing their job, but I don't think they were threatening those people on their porches who were smoking weed and drinking.
Right.
I guess he had to try to remind them that if you want to smoke and drink open containers and weed, in a public setting, not on your own property, they're sitting on their own steps. You can't go after people for smoking and drinking. But the guy had his hat on backwards. He was all tatted up. So he was just trying to have a conversation. I don't like that either. I don't understand what the purpose is. You think these people in their neighborhoods, in their own neighborhoods, care that the police are walking around and asking them if everything's okay?
I mean, if you want to argue about marijuana being illegal and an officer seeing you doing it, I got that. But if you're on your own property, marijuana aside, and you have an open alcohol container, last time I checked, drinking a can of Bud Light on your porch is not a crime.
It is legal in D.C. for both medical and recreational.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
there's bigger fish to fry in D.C. than dudes just hanging out on their porch, taking the load off.
Yeah, the problem is that there used to be Republicans that used to have libertarian leanings. Now they're kind of fine with this, which I'm not. So I'm just being honest. I don't love the look of this. The cops were, or the feds were being very polite.
Yeah.
There was nothing. There was nothing. There was no altercation, so like I'm fine with that, but just to go up on people who are hanging out on their porch, I don't know.
Yeah, I
don't. Were the people asking them? Because I don't know what brought
led
them
up to it
together. I don't. Yeah, that's my question.
Like, were they just walking by and they saw?
And they said, "Hey, what are you guys
That's
doing?
what happened.
What's going on?"
They were walking in the neighborhoods where the reports of gang issues and violence in the neighborhoods. They were going through the neighborhoods and they were just having conversations with people.
Yeah.
You can see, if you watch the video and you see it, guys had their hats on backwards, they're tatted up. So they weren't threatening. They were asking questions. Again, I don't like it either, but I think that's what they were told. Hey, go check these neighborhoods where apparently, people walk at night and they get jumped or whatever. And it's not just black people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the rich, how about Hillary Clinton worried about this when Seth Rich, one of her own people, got murdered in Washington, D.C., and now she's criticizing Trump sending, by the way, the District of Columbia is not a city. That's why Trump has jurisdiction over what he wants to do to make it safer.
That was my whole point yesterday, was that, for everybody screaming about this, DC is basically a federally run city anyway. So he has the authority to do this. I mean, the administration picks judges, DAs, prosecute, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, for them to call in the National Guard for that city is not out of the realm of his power. It just doesn't settle with me.
The National Guard guys, though, Greg, the National Guard guys in their uniforms, they weren't armed. They had their khakis on. They weren't brandishing Kalashnikovs. They were just walking around in their motorized vehicles like they always do.
Yep.
And then the same people wanted to know where the National Guard was on January 6th. They were supposed to be called in, but apparently some people didn't want the National Guard in. So it's this selective morality of when do we call in the National, just like Larry Krasner on CNN. Oh, he's a fascist. And this is the guy that was arresting people on the Vine Street Expressway who were blocking the street. And when the police went out there to arrest those people during the George Floyd riots, the cops were the ones who got in trouble, not the people blocking Vine Street right there in Center City. They were on their streets blocking it, and the cops went to get them off the streets, and Larry Krasner went after the cops. So tell me who's wrong here. Tell me who the fascists really are, Larry. Larry, who are the fascists? Are they you and your group of thugs who run the city and hate cops and love criminals? Which one is it, Larry? You make the call, chump.
What do the residents of D.C. think? We will get to them in just 1 second. But first, Dawn Stensland talks to us about Chapman.
Yeah, we got to talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You've heard me talk about them for years. Well, if you're thinking about maybe an exterior home remodeling project, right now, the perfect time, because for the month of August, take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August, this is the last month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. Yeah, so whether you want the fiber cement siding or maybe you want the vinyl siding, both incredible choices. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years experience. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I can tell you this from my personal experience. They complete every project with such care and precision. They always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the options that best fit your home as well as your family budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage. What are you waiting for? 24 months interest-free financing plus 20% off today. You can call, you can text. They're local, they're like-minded, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour on their website, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Look for all those before and after photos. I think some of my windows and doors are on there as well. chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company. 8:40 on a Wednesday morning. And the great folks at Rita's have just dropped off some delicious ice samples. And I have a brain freeze right now. Worse than I normally do when I forget what I'm going to say, like Joe Biden. But it's actually a throat freeze, which is really weird because you feel it in the throat. And I've got the Schwarberry Blast.
Did you hear that, Tony? The Schwarberry Blast.
Not
like a Schwar bomb.
It's like a Schwar bomb. The Schwarberry Blast. I think that's what Dawn is eating too.
Yep.
I have
mango is good. What do you have?
I have the gummy bear one. You know, because
there's actually gummy bears in it.
Gummy bear ice is back at Rita's. It's a juicy mix of fruity flavors packed with real gummy bears. Try the glittery gummy bear gelati, topped with unicorn glitter for a truly magical treat. Stop by before it's gone. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for being the summer sponsor of what's on the cut sheet with this lovely.
Rita's. Gotta go to Rita's. We have Rita's all over the place here in Florida, too. You know, they're not just like Wawa. We got Rita's and Wawas down here.
Sorry, hopefully you weren't tuning in for content because we're just going to eat.
I could eat 42 of these Schwarberry Blasts.
I know. It's good.
By the way, speaking of Joe Biden, there's a clip that somebody posted. I don't know if you got it for the cut sheet, of him back in 1992 talking about Washington, D.C. and how unsafe it was.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get that one,
yesterday.
Yeah.
We played it
Joe
yesterday,
Biden, remember? Oh, he's always had a stutter.
Yep.
And if you played the clip yesterday, Joe Biden in front of Congress, standing up there with the freshly coiffed hair plugs when they were just starting to take in in 1992, talking about how unsafe it was for him, Joe Biden, without a stutter, to walk around in D.C. 1992. How many years ago was that?
It was a
million.
40 years ago.
Not a joke.
40 years ago, he felt unsafe in Washington, D.C.
By the way, Stenson, Victor Starr just brought in your
Victor,
your cherry right behind you. If
thank
you. See
you.
It. See it. So your cherry's intact. It's,
yum.
It's right behind you.
I'm not going to make any cherry comments here.
Cherry.
I'll tell you what, Schwarberry Blast, you could argue, might be the MVP of flavors.
Oh wow! Look at you! Look at you! Yeah. So, what do the residents of DC feel about the takeover? Because I know it's easy for Simone Sanders, Rich Simone Sanders, and Rich Al Sharpton, two African Americans, to say, "Oh, they're just targeting black cities." You know, what do black residents from DC feel? Let's start with cut 6.
We need all the protection that we can get in the city. Because the city is really getting dangerous. A person like me at this age, I has to make sure to come home before sundown.
Before sundown.
Oh, my God.
And, of course, if she has a grandchild, the grandchild, if he's a minor, cannot go into a CVS or a Giant after 6 o'clock without adult supervision, which, by the way, the sun is still up for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
How about this?
And in the stores and in the CVSs and the pharmacies, all of the toothpaste and toothbrushes are all still locked up behind glass.
Can you imagine it's 2025 in the greatest country in the history of civilization, and you're 15 years old and you can't walk into a grocery store at 6 p.m.?
I know.
I mean, when I was that age in the 90s, like that didn't exist. We didn't lock up deodorant and bath wash.
But think about the difference between what the media is saying, even our DA having the audacity to go on a national show and talk about as if he's an expert on crime, and then it just doesn't relate to what this lady is saying.
That's
what does it hurt to have extra security?
That's my point in this is we can all say, DC's safe, DC's fine, crime stats are down. Like all that is well and good. How do the residents feel? That should be everything else should be kind of moot. It should be a moot point. Yeah. If the residents are fine with it, then the nation should be fine with it. Let's do 7.
Cool. Yeah, it's always wild to me for somebody to make an assessment on an area or a municipality or a jurisdiction that they don't live in, and then they sit there and say, no, it's safe enough. The crime rate's down to 16%.
Let me ask Don Stenson a question, since you're a veteran of local news, because that was a local news report. If they had residents, Don, that were up in arms about this and upset with this, they would have put those on the air, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So what you're seeing, and that's just it, that what you're seeing here is if that one interviewee said that, they're all saying that.
Yep.
Because let's say you're let's say you're going to choose the top 3 or the top 5, then you would probably hear the majority saying, "Oh, this is terrible. What's Trump doing?" You're not hearing that.
And that's
why they're. Think about the national news narrative this morning. This makes Democrats crazy. And this is why President Trump, he has to have a smile on his face this morning and think, hey, it worked.
Yep.
Because what are we talking about? Locally, nationally, the narrative is, let's talk about crime in America. Are you safe in your big city? Are you safe if you're in the suburbs to drive into the city? Because everybody's talking about it. So even if you live in Berks County right now and you say, hey, remember when we used to go into the city and we go to the Italian market at Christmas time? We go, we go Hanukkah, we go to the city and we'd celebrate the menorah lighting up on Independence Hall, or we would go celebrate the Christmas tree lighting. Remember how much fun that was? We go ice skating. We haven't done that in years. So whether you're in the suburbs, whether you're in a rural area, whether you're here in the city of Philadelphia, everybody's talking about this.
Yep. By the way, I'm eating the mango right now.
How is that?
It's delicious.
Mango. I'm a big mango guy.
Hey, Victor.
I love the gelati. The gelatis are awesome.
I'm with you.
Agreed. Hey, Victor, we need more down here. Jim Kelly, go down and find Victor and get us a few more samples here.
And grab me a Misto shake while you're at it.
How about the parents of DC murder victims? What do they say about this? This is cut 8, Phil.
Police say they responded around 7 p.m. to the 1200 block of 12th Street Northwest. That's not far from the convention center where they found a man suffering from a gunshot wound. They took him to the hospital where he later was pronounced deceased. Now, President Donald Trump referenced multiple recent murders in his announcement yesterday, including the one of 21-year-old congressional staffer intern Eric Tarpinian Jackum, who was shot and killed steps from this shooting a couple months ago, and 3-year-old Honesty Cheadle, who was shot on July 4th.
A 3-year-old.
And both of their mothers told our team that they support the president's move to assume control of the police department and to send in the National Guard, with Honesty's mom sharing where she hopes they focus.
I was looking at Eric's ashes and a picture of Eric, and I said, Eric, you didn't die in vain. You didn't die in vain. They're going to make D.C. safe for others.
He have him in the area say it's already police is in. Put them in area say it's not police is in. The bad neighborhood.
Of course, not everyone supports the president's move. I was at a protest outside the White House yesterday as he...
If you were to just go around every city and ask every citizen a simple question and just ask everybody the same one, do you want to live in a safe community? I'm going to guess 99.99% would say yes. Again, Democrats continue to die on these 98-2 and 80-20 issues. Yeah. That's fine. Makes Trump look better.
And you notice how quickly they have the signs out there calling the cops fascists, and the same people who go from protest to protest get the police out. These people don't live in these neighborhoods. No. They don't live there. These are paid professional agitators, and they're the people who live in the neighborhoods. They want protection. It goes back to the Jim Kenney. I'll never forget it. Of all the things that really struck me in the 2020 riots when I was still living in Philly was Jim Kenney in West Philadelphia with a poor mom there wondering where the National Guard was to protect their neighborhood stores, their supermarkets, and things that were being looted and ransacked. And Jim Kenney was there humming, saying, "Oh yeah, well don't worry, we're going to get police and National Guard protection in." They don't care about that stuff. The politicians hate the police, especially in big cities. They don't want any kind of supervision. They don't want any people to be safe, which is what we pay taxes for. And now people in the suburbs are paying for SEPTA in the new budget for their problems, even though they're not being represented by SEPTA in many of these communities. So that's the problem. It's called, we talk about equity. Yeah. There is no equity. Mm-hmm. There is no equitable treatment of everybody. Yep. The poor people get screwed over. And the people who don't even get any results as a result of our tax dollars going there, they're the ones who have to put up with this nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Amen. I'll just point out to you really quick here, because this was glossed over, and obviously Caitlin Collins and others are not fact-checking on this. Just a few weeks ago, a D.C. police commander was put on leave and is under investigation, accused of altering crime stats. And so this is
cooking the books.
Yep. Yeah. You're right. Metro Police Department and their union is furious over this because they're saying the crime data is being manipulated and has been manipulated. So this, isn't helpful for the argument by the mayor and Democrats there, because you have the union and the cops and as well a DC commander that they're all saying, hey, this is going on, that they're altering the crime stats to make them look better.
By the way, we're like 60 likes away from 400, so please, if you're watching right now,
come on.
Thank you, Tony. If you're watching right now, hit that like button. Look, you can sit here and watch us eat Ritas.
Yeah. By the way, the rest of the show's on you guys.
I know.
I'm gonna have this gummy bear. It's like a pear meets paradise.
By the way, gummy bear is a little like frozen too.
Yeah, it's good.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
So I'm mixing
sugar overload right now.
Thank you, Vince.
Do they have a purple drank version yet? That's going to be popular in the city.
Although I'll tell you what, you grab that Schwarberry Blast. You spike that with a little vodka or tequila. It's go time.
And I mix the cherry. Thank you, Jimmy. So Vince brought me the cherry, and then Jimmy brought me the mango.
Yeah, the mango.
Then you can mix them.
Yeah.
With the Schwarberry, that's good too.
Tony, what's your favorite gelati combo? I like vanilla ice cream with mango or chocolate with strawberry.
Chocolate with cherry.
I like them all. I used to have all the Rita's product. I mean, I love it.
Yeah,
it's the best. And now they're here in Florida too, which shows you how good it is.
Yeah.
When you start a company like Wawa, started in Pennsylvania, the suburbs, and now it's all over. Wawa's exploding here. Rita's is everywhere here. So people find out, and since there's so many people from the Philly area down here in Florida, you got to bring the quality product, the tasty cakes. Everything that's indigenous to Philadelphia is all here in Florida now, because there's so many people who not only live here, but also have vacation homes here or come here for the winter and then go back up during the summer. That's why people have the multiple residences.
Well, and also think about, some of the locations like for Wawa that unfortunately had to close because of crime and, just ridiculous circumstances in Philadelphia. They go down to Florida, and we know in Florida it's a law and order state.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
We'll get to Florida in a
minute.
Damn right. We'll get to Florida in a minute.
What a graveyard dead!
That's Sheriff Wayne Judd Grady.
Yeah.
I know. I love that guy.
DEA Terry Cole was on with Laura Ingraham last night talking about the D.C. federal takeover. He says, we have a vision on how we're going to reduce violent criminal activity. No, this wasn't Laura Ingraham. I'm sorry. It was another.
This is Martha McCallum.
It was another blonde on Fox.
Face actually still can move.
Shocking, I know. Roll.
Great meeting today. Yesterday, I was with the chief of police on 2 occasions at the Metropolitan Police Department. We had a great exchange. We have direction. We have a vision on how we're going to reduce violent criminal activity in D.C. And today, it was a very good meeting. Once again, at 9 a.m., I was at the Metropolitan Police Department with the chief. We were strategizing our plan for today, staying very focused on violent criminal activity, reducing gun crime, reducing street crime, and allowing the citizens of D.C. to feel safe. And I have to say, I just left a meeting at the Metropolitan Police Department again with the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police Department, along with all our federal partners. And it was very encouraging to see everybody at the table working hard together, planning the events for tonight to help make this city safe.
All right, so explain to us what's the role of how does
You know, Tony, I said this yesterday. You know who loves this the most? Tom Homan and Kristi Noem and ICE. Because now the Democrats and the media, their outrage is focused on D.C. and the federalization of law enforcement while they go and continue to round up the illegal bad hombres. I love this. That's great for Tom Homan. He's flying under the radar for the first time in 7 months.
He's going to demand equal time now later on today. Wait a minute, what about us?
Yeah, he should get back on Fox
News. I'm going back
News.
to Boston. I'm going up to the Cape this weekend. I'm going up to, well, you know, Obama sold that big, the big joint up there on in Chappaquiddick, up there in Cape Cod or wherever the hell
Martha's
his mansion
Vineyard.
was.
On
the vineyard.
Yeah.
On the vineyard.
The vineyard.
What, $37 million? And he sold it to the guy who's the guy who bought it? Another, obviously, a billionaire. So the $37 million vineyard property is no longer in the Obama's hands. They got rid of that. I guess climate change, they finally realized that sooner or later that's going to be underwater. They got to get out.
Absolutely.
The bigger question is how you can afford a $37 million home with a $400,000 salary.
This
Nancy Pelosi stock tips?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is cut 20. This is cut 20 here. I said we would go to the great state of Florida, and I meant it. This is a Florida man who's wanted for knocking out a store clerk with a 2-liter bottle of soda because he was staring at him. The Polk County deputies found the clerk with a concussion and a deep cut above his right eye that required 10 stitches.
Mm-hmm.
Store surveillance video shows the suspect, 30-year-old Terry Lamar Johnson Jr., entering with 2 other men and accusing the victim of staring at him. When the victim told Johnson to get out, to get his items and leave, I believe this was the opening scene in Menace to Society, by the way.
Yeah, it was. Good. That's a good pull by you.
I feel sorry for your mother. When the victim told Johnson to get his items and leave, Johnson allegedly threw a full unopened 2-liter bottle of Orange Crush at the victim's head.
Love Orange Crush.
Daughters love orange soda.
An arrest warrant was issued for Johnson on charges of felony battery causing great bodily harm. We have the video, youtube.com/.
There is tape, yes.
Yes, of course there's tape, Tony. youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Watch this brain surgeon. Roll it. Oh, look at that.
Shot put it.
That was a plastic bottle. That was a 2-liter plastic bottle. That wasn't a glass bottle.
Yeah, that thing still hurts.
It was a 2-liter, baby. It hurts, yeah. There you go. Look at that. What are you doing with that bottle? Orange Crush? Oh, no. I'm going to walk away with it? Nope. Are you going to walk away with it? Nope. Are you still going to walk away with it? Nope. You want this bottle? You want the bottle? How much is that? Do I get it deposited? Is there a 5%?
Oh, man.
Another one.
Shakalaka.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at that.
That's
Look at
not
that.
that's not like getting hit with a glass bottle, though. Come on, man.
Well, he got a concussion.
Yeah. That thing's rock hard until the pressure gets released.
Yeah, let's see another.
You got a reverse angle?
Yeah.
Another.
This is the goal line cam.
Another cultural enricher.
I don't even know they still sold 2 liters anymore. Who buys a 2-liter?
Well, I mean, it used to be 99 cents, you know, except in Philadelphia where you had to tack on the Jim Kenny soda tax.
Oh, he's out cold,
Yeah,
too.
no, he knocked him out.
Oh, my God.
Look at that.
This is Fight Club.
Wow.
When's the last time you walked into anybody's house and saw in their fridge or on their counter a 2-liter of soda? Yeah. You don't see that.
Everywhere. Yeah, of course
Really?
you do.
I
You have
don't see
house
that.
parties and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't have little cans. You got to have the big 2 liters so people can pour their own.
Wow.
Nick doesn't get out much, Tony.
I mean, I see cans. I see 20-ounce bottles.
It's the stuff he doesn't know or see. It's just,
Nick doesn't see 40s, though. I see a lot of 40s down here. People are still carrying 40s. You got to have a 40.
I'm going to pour out an Old English 40 when that guy gets locked up in the joint.
Steel Reserve. You get a Steel Reserve for 99 cents.
Giant.
You're living fine.
Giant has
You're living
Steel
good in the
Reserves, yeah.
neighborhood. Yeah,
Damn
Steel
right.
Reserve.
91 LSXer says Pathmark had 3 liters at one point.
Yes, I do recall the 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a
Yeah.
lot. That's a lot of soda.
Uh-huh.
Don't drink soda.
No.
You know,
Yeah.
you realize that soda actually worked with the liters. Remember when we had liters of gasoline and we tried to go Euro trash in this country?
Euro trash,
2 liters of gasoline.
Yep.
The only thing that metrically still works is soda. Everybody knows what a 2-liter bottle of soda is, right?
Yep.
But nobody knows what a liter of gasoline looks like, right? How much is in a liter of gas?
33 ounces.
And I argue with Miss Robin and I have this argument all the time about metric versus the United States system. Nobody knows about the conversion from liters to pints, quarts, and gallons.
8 ounces is a cup. 16 ounces is a pint. 32 ounces is a quart. 33 point whatever is a liter. 64 is half gallon. 128 is full gallon. How about that?
That's why a 40 ouncer is just so much easier to deal
Let's see the
with.
YouTube comments come after me now. You like that?
I know stuff. I'm smart.
Yeah.
He's like Fredo.
You think I'm just a dummy with
You think I'm dumb? I'm smart.
Uh-huh. All right.
The Fredo of Kayal and Company. We will get to cut 12 in a second. This is a parent that sent an elementary school principal to the hospital after the principal told them to keep the kids off the court for disrupting the game. We'll get to that in 1 second. Phil,
can you say that one more time? What? Read that description again.
a parent sent an elementary school principal to the hospital after the principal told them to keep the kids off the court for disrupting the game. It was during a basketball game. We'll get to that in 1 second. Phil, can you jump on the mic real fast?
This should be a smooth exercise.
Can we have? Did you pick a Fight Club today?
Yes, I did.
You picked one without any, because it's 9:01, so we'll get to it in 9 minutes. Just a little preview of what today's Fight Club is. Can you give me a little preview?
We've been talking about Wawa a little bit today, so Wawa Fight Club today.
Oh, it's a Wawa Fight Club today.
Ooh. Oh,
wow.
Yes.
Phil
Get Sarah
Umquist.
McBride and Amy Mary Gay Scanlon, whatever the hell her name is.
We want Sydney Sweeney and
Phil, is this a local Wawa?
That I do not know.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
By the way, I would like to say I'm still looking forward to doing some Wawa reads around the holidays before we play this. Hopefully that doesn't become in jeopardy. But out there.
Come on. Read as Wawa. We love you all.
Exactly.
But, we go where the news takes us.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And if there's fights at Wawa happening, we have to know. All right, Phil. Roll cut 12. This is a local news report. Roll this.
Shows the parent hit the principal.
Oh!
She's knocked to the ground. The police say she noticed young children walking onto the court while the game was being played. You can see the principal getting up so the little kids didn't get hurt.
Get your kids off
the
court.
At least 2 times she pulls the kids back while the game is in play.
Yes.
At some point, Plaquemine Police Chief Stephen Angolio says words were exchanged.
Look at that.
And the
look
mom
at that animal.
was having none of it.
The principal sitting in a chair, the ladies walking by with 3 kids in tow.
Can you
and one of her friends.
let's rewind it, Phil, if you will. Nick, can you just for those of you who can't get over to YouTube, can you set up what's happening here?
Yeah, let's roll it. I'll give it to you.
Hit the principal.
All right, so there's
She's
the
not
conflict.
Wow.
Yeah,
parents, adults step in. So you got 2 guys standing. Maybe they're not coaches. The coaches are on the other side. So they're parents and spectators.
But the
right
little
along the
kids-
baseline, the kid is right on the edge, and another kid, a little bigger and older, tries to pull him back in.
Plaquemine Police Chief Stephen Angolio
And then I'm
says
assuming this
words
lady's
were
the guardian.
exchanged.
No, the lady's the guardian.
Yeah. Well, watch your kid then.
Yes.
Your kid's going to get bowled over by like a 12-year-old on a basketball court. And then you'll be crying and suing.
Yep.
And then she slaps the
Shows
principal.
the parent hit the principal.
And it looks like every
She's
adult
knocked
jumps
to
in to
ground.
defend the principal.
Police say she noticed young children walking onto the court while the game was being played.
Yes.
You can see the
Look at
principal
this-
getting up. So
That
the
kid's
little
probably
kids
6.
didn't
Pause
get
it right
hurt.
there. I mean, that kid that was on the perimeter for the 3-pointer was no more than 5 yards away.
Yeah. They're going to get hurt.
Yep.
And the dummy parent
Yep.
who has no control over her kids.
Looks like maybe a grandma.
Yeah. No. Look
Okay.
at the mug.
I thought she was a little older.
Look at the mug shots. What
Okay.
kind of grandma? It's
Either way.
At some point.
No. I'm.
Yeah.
The woman who hits the has a baby in her hand and then uses her right hand, and she has a T-shirt on that says "No negative energy."
Oh,
did you
Just
notice
the
that?
walking definition of it.
Greg said, look at
She
the
threw
mug
her right
shots.
hand.
Yeah.
They're different.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Mm-hmm.
And one, she has a scarf over her head and looks very different.
Yep.
So those are 2 different mug shots. My question is one a mug shot from the past?
Yep.
And then one is from the latest arrest?
Yeah.
Well, I actually, are those 2 different people?
No.
It's the same
Not
person.
the same woman.
I believe.
Yeah, I believe too.
Okay.
Keep rolling, Phil.
Police Chief Stephen Angolio says words were exchanged, and the mom was having none of it.
The principal sitting in a chair, the lady walking by with 3 kids in tow, and one of her friends.
Phil, Phil, pause this. Bring it back to about 22 seconds, and if you can, mute the audio. I don't need the guy to. I want to illustrate why I think these might be 2 separate people. Every adult in there goes
to the telestrator now.
Yes, I feel like
break it down.
I'm like Mike Fratello. Sports fans will know that.
Of the telestrator.
Hold on 1 second. My headphones are glitching out again.
I'll just point
Pieces
out
of
that
garbage.
what Nick is about to talk about, the mom in the video has a head covering that's similar to
Is that like a dashiki?
one of the mug shots.
Is that like a dashiki?
I think it's just your hair wasn't done and you
Okay.
tie up a scarf.
So now just roll it. Now watch and stop it right there. You see, now bring it back just a little bit. You see the real big heavy chick?
Yeah.
She's come. So you've got 2 men. One guy is bringing back the mom that assaulted the principal.
I see what
The
you're
other guy is, trying to keep the principal away from retaliating. Now watch this big heifer come flying in. I'm wondering if this is a second person that maybe assaulted or was also arrested for disorderly conduct.
I would agree with you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I would agree with
Now
you.
just roll it, Phil.
Yeah.
Here, coming over there. She's ready to get in the.
Yeah.
She starts pointing
she
in the
was pointing
finger
at the chick too.
Yeah, she's hulking
Lady
up.
in blue.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that woman saved that kid from getting. Luckily, former 76er draft stiff was not in the corner trying to make a 3-point shot because that kid would have been taken out.
Right. Roll a little bit more.
Simmons. Remember, Ben Simmons was
yeah.
nowhere near the scene there. Yeah, he was missing one from 3 feet away.
Roll it with the audio, Phil, if you can.
With 3 kids in tow and one of her friends, and the principal asked her, they keep your kids off the basketball.
Does anybody
court,
speak English in this town?
The whole game. She obviously took offense with that, and
is this America?
You see her move in on the teacher. The teacher puts her hand up to kind of keep her off, and she just punched her, knocked her out of the chair.
Surveillance footage in the school's gym obtained by the WAFBI team shows the parent hit the principal. She's knocked to the ground.
This wasn't excitement from the competition. You made a bad call on my child or anything. This is a woman that was there with kids that was disrupting everything. I don't even think she had a child in the game at all. And she wasn't watching her kids, and when somebody told her you need to, she didn't like it.
It's a shame this didn't happen at a Sixers game. It would have been the most entertaining thing in 3 years.
Hey now.
Well put.
Can't even go to a 12-year-old basketball game without I love how all these people get into it when they're not even there as the main attraction. Like, this is why I don't go to sporting events, because I don't feel like dealing with unruly parents or liquored up idiots that just turn everything and just make it a third world country.
Yep.
It's awful.
It is.
You come a long way from bringing signs to the WWE.
That's
events
right,
down
Tony.
at
The only event I
Wells
go to
Fargo
is the
Center,
WWE, where this stuff is encouraged.
Were you a sign guy?
No, but I was a wrestling guy.
We had the big heads, though, remember?
Yeah, we did. We had the cardboard cutout heads. Tony, Harry, and myself.
WWE events.
We were wrestling
we
fans.
had big heads in the crowd. Yeah.
We made it on Monday Night Raw.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers did a press conference yesterday, and he took a shot at Joe Biden. Did you guys see this?
Patching our jeans.
This is 19, Phil. We'll get to Fight Club in just 2 minutes.
And one of the weird things is I'm 21 years in the league, so I'm over there. Who do I know on Jacksonville? I know Heath Farwell, the special teams coach that I played against him. I know Chad Morton, he was with us. And I've met Trevor a few times, so I was kind of looking around going, doing the Joe Biden, all right, well, I guess I don't know anybody here, so I'm going to just walk off. And I found Cam and TJ. I was like, I'll just walk next to them.
Oh, I guarantee you.
Anyway.
Yeah, I guarantee he triggered all the liberal sports writers that are covering him. Good work out of Aaron Rodgers.
Who's he playing for now? Oh, the Steelers.
Steelers, yeah.
Steelers. I forgot.
Yeah. They'll go 9-8, and somehow Mike Tomlin will still remain employed.
One more, and then we'll get to Fight Club, I promise. I've been sitting on this for a couple of days. I just think this is hysterical because we're all pet people here. This is a tiny Pomeranian dog that chases a black bear out of its house.
Oh, that's good work out of the Pomeranian.
You gotta love this. YouTube.com/at1210 WPHT. Roll this video, Phil.
Oh, nice house.
Oh, we don't need the audio. But you can see the
There's
bear.
a beautiful little bear. It's not. Yeah, it's a bear cub. It's not a full-grown bear.
And then off he goes.
And then off he goes. And then there goes the dog.
Yep.
The dog.
Down the outside shot.
Yeah,
down
look
the
at,
steps.
Down the steps. Look at the dog chasing after him. Get out of my house.
Yeah. Get him, Petey.
Yeah.
You don't come back into this house.
Oh, that's awesome. That dog.
I love when they kick with the back leg. I like when they kick with the back leg.
Yep.
You know,
Look at that.
after they.
Yep.
What a great job. That dog flew off that porch.
It did.
And was airborne
It
for
did.
at least. They're making a new Air Bud. I wonder if the Pomeranian will be the new Air Bud.
It's kind of like Nick Kayal's in-laws' house.
That's right.
When a
fox came in.
When a fox wandered in, now the bear wandered in.
That's right. That Pomeranian was like my father-in-law with a wiffle ball bat and the shield.
You got to think that Pomeranian thinks it's like 300 pounds.
And his little big mouth he has. Yipping and yapping all day. Oh God.
Yeah, that was a bear cub, but still, it's still funny. All right, guys.
It's a big animal.
All right, guys. It's 9:10. You know what that means?
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man. We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno. By the way, this is a Philadelphia Wawa. Wawa.
So as Dawn would say, technically, local story.
Fight Club today on Wednesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring. And I said this earlier, Brian Krieger, you guys need to get involved next year, 2026, because we have fights going into next year. So let's keep Fight Club going. Tri-County Auto Group, thank you very much for sponsoring it. But we need you into next year too. Philly Wawa. Do I have the audio of this? Yeah, I guess I do. All righty, let's see, because I'm guessing there's cursing in here, Phil. Shocking.
Can't even get a cup of Joe.
You can't even get a cup of Joe. All right, this happened at Philly Wawa. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Let's go. Oh. Uh-oh.
Hold on, let me answer.
She has to answer. Oh,
is this recent?
I don't know.
She's hiding behind the creamers. Now we're pivoting to the donuts. Yep.
Does anybody ever go in and buy 1 banana from that stand?
No. The tension's escalated back by the hoagie spot. Ooh.
Out of Sizzlies? That usually happens when they run out of Sizzlies before 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Trash can went flying.
Back.
Yep.
The camera person
people
needs
out there making Sizzlies.
Yeah.
Watch your mouth.
Yeah, watch your mouth. Yep. Well, at least we're getting good visuals of feet. A lot of flip-flops. Yep.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
This is just somebody with a cell phone camera, so it's not even like the store security system.
Yeah. I'm just going to
It
guess.
doesn't happen by the way, that does not happen down here in Florida, Wawa.
It doesn't?
Just want you to know.
That's good.
No,
That's
of course
good.
not. I guarantee it's a sense of entitlement. I ordered something and I was expecting the earth, the moon, the sun, and I didn't get what I wanted. Or they were, like you said, they were out of something. I'll tell you what. I've stumbled across a great sandwich at Wawa in that late breakfast, early lunch window. You get the bagel melt. It's turkey, bacon, pepper jack cheese, and ranch dressing, and it's hot and toasted. I'm never going to lose weight, ever.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
Toasted. I mean, that's because it's Florida. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's stay in Philadelphia. Nick, I don't know what golf course this is, but I guess this is the beautiful ambiance of golfing in a Philadelphia golf course. This is cut 31.
Is great.
I know, Tony, you saw this because I saw you retweet it. I'm guessing, and you remember.
The guy's a left-hander, too.
Yeah.
The golfer on the course is left-handed, and he's looking right at the perimeter fence where something happens, and he doesn't miss a beat.
I'm wondering if this is either Bala, which is right off of City Line Avenue by where the radio stations used to be, or this might be Jeffersonville, which is right in Norristown.
Roll the video, Phil. as you can see the.
Look at the zoom in.
The lefty.
Yeah, it's a car.
The car's on fire.
A car
and it blows up.
And yeah. You're literally just trying to golf.
Trying to hit your approach shot, and you've got a bonfire.
If anybody knows on the YouTube chat where this is, let us know.
Yeah, because that's focus right there.
Bala
the fire
and Jefferson,
is literally right in front of him, and he's still. I don't think he liked the shot though, but he's got a little distraction there.
Yeah.
When a car catches on fire and a fire engine's pulling up, and you're just trying to make your approach shot from the fairway.
I've texted our golf insider Harry Mays to ask about
golf
this.
Insider, yes.
He'll be able to tell us.
Yeah. YouTube.com/
know that where that track is.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. It's hard to tell from that angle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So just play it without the audio. If we can just see it. Yeah, like you can't really tell where the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is. But the fact that it's got a fence.
Dave Smith said that's Bala.
Is that Bala? Okay. Well, I've played that many times. It does look like Bala a little bit. That could be City Avenue, or that also could be Jeffersonville.
Belmont?
Yeah.
No, it's not Belmont Avenue.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. City Line in Belmont is where Bala is.
Yeah.
That's where Dom took all my money and hustled me.
YouTube.com.
See, now, if he was a right-handed golfer, he would not have. That would not have been in his vision. I mean, he was looking right at it.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Do we have any left-handers on the show? Is anybody a lefty here?
No.
No? No. I've always found lefties to be a little odd in general.
Well, Rob lefty, so that's part of her problem.
Who? Who is?
Robin.
Oh,
Miss Robin. Remember her?
That explains everything.
Remember her. By the way, catcalling is illegal in the UK, and a cop goes undercover to try and catch catcallers. We will have all of that on the other side. Dawn talks about Piazza.
Yeah, because I'm reporting live from the Piazza Auto Group studio and Premium Automobiles with Piazza Studio. So this summer, Piazza Mazda bringing you more to move you. More style, more thrills, more savings. For a limited time, you get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or the CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing, plus available low lease offers and more. Do not wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester on Route 202 or Piazza Mazda of Reading on Pottsville Pike. Online, you can always go online, piazzamazda.com, Piazza, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
924, it's Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno with us on this What Up Wednesday, and multiple golf aficionados, both Harry Mays and producer extraordinaire Dan Borowski, confirming that the golf course where the car caught fire and exploded was in fact Bala Golf Club, which is the one on Belmont Avenue.
And you played there?
That's the one that we have the station account with.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right near Mama's, the best cheesesteak I always used to eat there on Belmont Avenue. Mama's, drive right around the corner. It's a pizza place, but their cheesesteaks are phenomenal.
Wow.
Fill you up for 2 days.
Wait, hang on. This is breaking news. You think that's the best cheesesteak in Philly, Tony?
When I lived there, I would always go up to Mama. Listen, there's a lot of great cheesesteak places. I mean, it's Philly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Mama's,
Yeah.
we used to go there because we worked on City Line Avenue, and we would go there for lunch, and they would put more meat and cheese in it than any other place on the planet surface.
I gotta tell you, Tony, that coming from you, that's a huge honor for them, I'm sure, because you are Philadelphia, so people would take your word for it.
It's probably like $50 now with everything going on. I'm serious. They did not skimp on the meat and cheese.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing was monstrous.
Yeah, you go right down that hill by the cemetery.
Yep. By the way,
Exactly right.
Catcalling is illegal in the UK. In case you don't know what catcalling is, it's what Nick and I do to Dawn every morning when she walks in. We say, "Woo woo!"
Oh, that's catcalling?
As she walks in, be like, "Hey, baby, you going somewhere?"
I thought
In
that's
Italy,
what.
it's
Can I get a woo woo?
Yeah.
Ciabella.
Yeah, exactly,
In Italy.
exactly. Apparently, because Europe is a horrible, awful, disgusting, disgraceful place.
Yeah, Europe has fallen.
Not Italy.
Apparently,
Not all of it.
Apparently, most of it. Most of it.
You just hate the French and the English.
I do. And the Swiss. Did I mention how much I hate the Swiss?
Wow.
Oh, the Swiss are horrendous. They were another.
If they don't have provolone, I'll go Swiss. But provolone first, Swiss second.
The Swiss, I will say, the Swiss were actually worse. Or probably worse than the French.
Wow.
No.
Because the French just give up. They surrender. They're like surrender monkeys. The
surrender monkeys.
The Swiss pretend to be. We're neutral. We'll do whatever you say. We're like they're phonies. I hate the Swiss.
Wow.
F the Swiss.
Burying the lead today. I always thought
Thank you.
the French were number one for you.
No, the Swiss are the number one for me. Phony. Pick a side. It's like all these.
By the way,
it's like all these former
I
talk
wanna
show
get this
hosts here.
done
It's like all these former talk show hosts here. They say, I'm in the middle. I'm going to look at both sides. F off."
Not me.
Thank you.
By the way, the Fight Club video getting ripped today is perhaps the worst example of a Fight Club video ever perpetrated on the audience.
See, this is what happens when I let Phil pick.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, we did not
You're saying
actually
it's
have
not
physical.
really a fight.
Yeah.
That was not a fight.
Yeah.
Phil,
Principal was assaulted.
Phil Omquist, please get on the mic and explain yourself.
You could actually argue that at least there was physical contact on the basketball court.
Wow.
Nick pulled the fight. Period.
Under the bus.
Andrew Torres never seems to have an issue screening things. Phil Omquist, you just play it, and he doesn't pre-screen anything. You just give it to him, and he's like a blind monkey. He just throws it into the system because he's working on his music bit.
We have bushels of fights coming in every day.
Yep.
I love this.
And that was the best Fight
Zero
Club video.
zero vetting from this guy. He's more focused on what Eddie Vedder did in 1984.
That's because he's got a 9 share on Saturday night.
He's more consumed with how Aaron Judge is going to miss the postseason yet again. But if I ask him about Jeff Van Drew, he looks at me like I've got 5 heads.
This is
get Torres back in.
The honeymoon is over.
I love
Go
it.
take another vacation.
I love it.
Go tour the country, Phil.
I love it. I love it. Tony, this is my master plan to have everybody fighting with one another. I love it.
In defense of the clip, though, we did have a lot of obstructions in that video.
It's true.
And terrible camera work.
It's true.
So there could have actually been physical contact. There was definitely objects that were falling and being tossed.
Yeah.
Could they have made contact with another human? It's conceivable.
Newman Price.
The guy throwing the orange soda had more contact, and that wasn't a fight.
Thin skin. Newman Price is thin skin Nick. I love it.
I'm gonna grab something off of Pornhub later today. Send it to Phil and tell him it's Fight Club. I know it won't get screened, and it'll get on the air, and then we'll all get fired because there's no vetting, there's no screening.
Why would you do that?
Because
I know he doesn't look at anything.
He's in his mother-in-law's basement. Why are you looking at the porn, Nicholas?
Well, I'm gonna watch
lots of research.
I'm gonna watch some Fox porn today. How about that?
You
two gerbils going at it.
Everybody fighting here is like music to my ears. I love it.
You see what you started?
I know. I do this on purpose.
I thought I was done with radio wars and dealing with bloated egos in sports radio. I come here and you want to just recalibrate the whole thing.
I do. I do.
It was in remission for me for a long time, and now it's back.
In remission.
I just pointed out what the people were saying
Thank
the chat.
Thank you, Tony.
Because that's the audience listening.
Yep.
And they said that shouldn't even make the final 5 on Friday.
Yeah.
That should be immediately thrown out.
Oh, can we do that?
I agree with the listeners.
Wow.
Can we disqualify a video and not make it one of the 5 finalists?
Man.
I'm looking at those waves behind Tony.
Do we need a do-over? We need a
do-over.
No, we should just do what we used to do in the 90s in sports radio. Get fired up, throw our headphones, punch a producer, and then get fired. Come back, steal a bunch of money, get fired again.
Ouch.
You
mean figuratively steal a bunch of money?
I've never worked with anybody that's ever done something like that.
You don't mean.
Tony has no idea what I'm talking about.
No.
Yes, I
but
do.
You're not accusing. What I'm saying is you're not accusing anybody of stealing money. You're saying that
you just paid a lot of money to be a Jack Munch. Back when there was no standards.
I love this. This is music. This is way better. This is way better than the UK thing that we were going to do.
That'll make Crossing Broad later.
Road Warrior says, love the anger.
Yeah.
Make it work for you.
I got to get it out. I have 3 days left. It's been pent up inside me for 7 weeks.
I was just going to say, poor Phil is taking the brunt of Nick Kayal living with his in-laws for 6 weeks.
How many days left?
3. Did Jimmy Kelly voice the countdown?
He did.
Let's get to the countdown.
Hang
on.
Get
to the
final countdown. We have to
As
play
Europe
that.
once sang.
It's the final countdown.
Hang on, here we go.
3 weeks a year, 3 days a week. Well, let's forget about the time Howard Stern actually did a radio show and remind you, only 3 days left until Nick is free from his liberal in-laws and in his own place. This is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
They stole that countdown from me, Robin. They stole that from me.
By the way, Jimmy Kelly does unbelievable impressions.
He does.
He can do Glenn Beck, Sean Hannity, Rush Limbaugh, Howard Stern,
Bill Clinton.
Who else does he do?
All right, we need to play one because
By the way, I actually really do love Phil. Phil knows that.
No, of course.
Phil's a hard. He works his ass off.
He does.
I let him know that.
He prints all your crap because you can't. You're the only human being here who can't print their own things.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to use the print-friendly version. Then I get the comments and the ads and the big pictures.
Or use a computer like we all do here.
I'm old school. I like to hold my copy of my newspaper.
Well, here's my cut sheet. Here's my cut sheet right here. There's 10 pages. Phil, did you print my cut sheet for me? Phil.
No, I did not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I do love the fact that we've got his mic figured out all of a sudden. This is good.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Society might be devolving with crime, but we're making progress here on Kayal and Company.
We have Phil and I have a screen where we can both see each other's screens, and he can see what I'm doing. He can pull clips. Like, it's good. We're a well-oiled machine. For you, it's still 1992, and you need physical paper. He has legal pads and everything. Yeah, it's disgraceful. All right, can we get to this?
Trust me, I would actually handwrite the big take if I had time.
I know you would. I know you would.
Sue says you're such a princess.
Love you, Sue.
It's true. It's true. It's absolutely true. All right, the cat calls. Can we get to the female UK police officer?
Let's get to the cat call.
She's going undercover by dressing in tight clothes to elicit cat calls from men so they can arrest them, according to the Telegraph. Roll this.
For people to recognise that it's not right, it's not just a small act, it's a thing that can make someone feel really quite uncomfortable. So I think it's important, police are taken it so serious. It's one of our force priorities, and for me that makes me feel proud to work for Surrey Police, because for me it's such a personal experience, and I know for a lot of other, if not all other women who experience it, so I feel empowered to be a part of such an operation.
These women aren't friends out for a run. They're actually undercover police officers.
And they dress in,
it's a sting in Surrey as part
they dress
of a new
in tight,
operation trying to stop
tight,
people
pants.
catcalling and harassing female runners.
We get honked at, the staring, the hanging out of the window just to look at us, and it's so prevalent.
And police teams are ready to intervene the moment the officers are beeped at, followed, or shouted at, pulling people over.
They're like sixes.
Right. Yeah, you might.
You don't know that when you're looking at the booty from
That's
the back.
true. That's
Right.
like
nice
exactly. Yeah, you're
muscular
right.
booties and the tight little yoga pants.
I cannot.
What is happening to England?
It's freedom of speech here in this country, and they're the originators, I thought, of freedom. We kind of got some ideas from them, but
you can't
you don't
compliment
have freedom of
think
speech
Trump-
on a road.
You can't compliment
and these
a
are the
lady.
people who think Trump is going crazy with sending police into bad neighborhoods to get rid of crime. And you can't catcall in London without having undercover female cops going after citizens while setting them up for catcalls. How is a catcall? Well, again, I don't do
freedom
that
of
stuff.
speech.
By
But
the way,
who doesn't look?
Do they
I
not
know
have
women who
entrapment?
look at other women when they see a hot woman.
By the way,
women look
yeah.
at other hot women when they see that beautiful, big, juicy booty.
By the way,
on the side of the road.
I'm not. This is gonna sound sexist, but I really don't mean it because this. But I don't mean it like this. But Dawn, it's true, right? That like when women get complimented by men, like, "Hey, looking good today," or something like that, they like that. No.
A majority?
It depends. It depends on what the guy looks like. And let's be real.
Right.
Sexual harassment is defined by, well, what does the guy look like?
That's true. That's a great point. That's what we love about Dawn.
It's true because Harvey Weinstein looked like one thing, Brad Pitt looked like another.
Yeah.
If it was Brad Pitt doing what Harvey Weinstein did, would he have had the same reaction that Harvey Weinstein got?
Thank you.
Right.
So there's that. But I will just point out to you, this is the UK where they have had a spike in certain crimes, and I'm not sure exactly where these young ladies are, but to go undercover, and they're showing them if you're not, maybe you're in your vehicle and you don't see it, but what you're seeing on the YouTube stream, these women are jogging on an open, wide roadway, sometimes in the country or whatever. They're way out on a road, on the side of a road. So think about the denial of freedom of speech. If that were in this country, they'd say, wait a minute, you have the right, you're shouting out a vehicle.
Yep.
And so you certainly have freedom of speech rights. And unless they're threatening you or grabbing you, that's different.
Yeah, I would. If you drive by and you roll your whistle down and you whistle at her and keep going, that's one thing. But if you pull over and harassing her, I mean, Jesus.
You what Ellis Exer says, Greg, saying you look great is one thing. Saying, excuse me, miss, does this rag smell like ether is another?
That's a sin.
Wow.
Like almost better than sex.
PBS.
You notice that some of the buildings they were running by had graffiti all over it. Yeah, they're running in bad neighborhoods.
Yeah.
TBS 59 says you can tell Greg has a son and not a daughter. I guess so. That's why I said I
don't know. I have two daughters.
Well,
I think I do. I think they're mine.
You're a pig, so right?
No, but
we've established that.
Here's the thing. Honestly, the women are. It's different. It would be different if they went, let's say, in a shopping area where some creepy kind of pedophile type guy is like following people or something of that nature. But I'm just pointing out this is a road that's not. It doesn't even appear to be in a city setting, and so by the very nature of it, they're trying to get guys driving by in their vehicles. So there's really no opportunity, honestly, for somebody to physically grab them. That's not what this is. So it's literally the spoken word of, as somebody's driving by, to go, hey, beautiful, or or chubba, whatever. And so to me, that's the curious part of this. Why not try to crack down on some of the violent crimes they've had in England?
And what do? And it's a good point, though. What do they do when somebody catcalls them? Do they pull out a gun?
Yeah.
Do they pull out a foreign object? How are they stopping these idiots from saying, hey, wow, great? What's his name said in the movie?
Yeah.
Well, Richard,
Right? That
Richard,
was, Al Pacino.
Yeah, great.
It was Al
yeah.
Pacino.
Great
In
ass.
Scent
yeah.
of a Woman.
Yep.
She's got a...
I'm sure Jimmy Kelly does a good Al Pacino. Richard Notaro has perked up on Twitter this morning, so we'll just shorten it and we'll call Richard Dick for the sake of these two tweets. He says, I have to disagree with Greg Stocker. I can't hate the Swiss. I hooked up with a Swiss girl during my Europe trip back in '81.
Nice.
She was not neutral. And then he also
Good
says,
one.
you're grading those British women on a U.S. scale. A 6 in America is a 9 in Great Britain.
It's absolutely true.
Exactly right.
All right, we really have to break.
All right,
Tony Bruno!
Woo! From the
Thank
Gulf
you,
of
everybody.
America.
Thank you, man.
Enjoy your new
At the
Casa de
golf, I'm
Bruno.
going to take a little dip, put my feet in the water, take a little dip. It's great to be back. This place is still a mess, but we're getting there slowly. Thank you, guys. Love you.
We
Be
love you,
careful out
Tony.
there, right?
Love Miss Robin.
Good night, everybody.
Congratulations.
Good night.
All right, there he is. Bruno with us every Wednesday. We'll come back and wrap it up here on a Wednesday before we hand it off to Dawn at the top of the hour.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
The legendary Stylistics. Coming live for one night only. Friday, September 5th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. An unforgettable night of unforgettable hits. Starring the unforgettable Stylistics. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss the Stylistics.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.948, Kayal and Company, as we get set to hand things off to Dawn Stensland coming up top of the hour. We'll preview what she has coming up in just about 4 minutes. Also, what occurred today in music history. 8share is now in the 4th box that Tony Bruno was occupying for the last couple of hours. But first, before all of that, another chance at Adam Sandler tickets coming up next month. But you have to identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
An alien ship will begin passing through this solar system.
Alien, you mean extraterrestrials? More bad guys?
Good guys. They're on a survey mission. They have no interest in Earth.
It's legal.
Too primitive.
Tomorrow morning, when they detect the warp signature from your ship and realize that humans have discovered how to travel faster than light, they decide to alter their course.
Not a big
deal. They make first contact with Earth, right here.
Here?
Actually, over there.
Think
Do you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, if you were listening earlier this morning before the cut sheet, we were talking about UFOs and drones and Trump and Tulsi Gabbard's comments on it, so that's the connection. Can you identify the clip? Caller 12, 855-839-1210. You'll get another pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler and the You're My Best Friend tour on September 19th at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. From the movies to the music, we swing it on over to another chair and another installment from 8 Chair.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 13th, we celebrate the birthday of Scott Powell from Sha-Na-Na, who's 77. We also lost Alan Schellenberger from Lit in 2009. Sick of the Coot Paranoid by Black Sabbath in 70. Whip It by Devo in 80. In My World by Anthrax in 90. And Chop Suey by System of a Down in 2001. Album The Coot Metamorphosis by Iron Butterfly in 70. Leonard Skinner's debut in 73. I Can't Stand Still by Don Henley in 82. Love Is for Suckers by Twisted Sister, 87, and Help by the Beatles in the U.S. in 65. Also in 94, members of Oasis and The Verve were arrested after smashing up a hotel bar and breaking into a church to steal communion wine. In 66, Revolver was top the UK album chart. In 69, The Guess Who recorded American Woman. In 85, Sting began his first solo tour. In 2013, Metallica performed in China for the first time. In 82, Fast Times at Ridgemont High opened in theaters. And in 52, the original version of Hound Dog was recorded by Big Mama Thornton. But lastly, on this day in 89, the Scorpions played the Moscow Peace Festival, which of course inspired the song Wind of Change. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Umpquiz.
Dazzling, as always.
And by the way, the aliens we talked about in that clip for the movie, they came from Switzerland.
Oh, another reason to hate the Swiss. Beautiful.
I do hate the Swiss.
By the way, too, Anthrax made a cameo in Married with Children in one season, if you remember that. Not that anybody does, but I figured I'd share that.
I do.
Yeah.
Great episode.
Hey, before we get our winner and preview what Dawn has ahead, I just wanted to mention, I just saw this on the television. We were talking about Gutfeld's appearance on Fallon, either yesterday or on Monday's show. Fallon's audience, largest audience of the year, up 57% by having Gutfeld on this show. Up 57%.
Still didn't beat Colbert, though.
No, probably not.
He didn't.
Oh, he didn't?
No. It was his largest audience, but he didn't beat Colbert.
Amazing.
So.
Fallon had to go elsewhere to get his best audience.
Yeah.
All right, the Dawn Show is coming up next, and we find out what she has lined up top of the hour.
Yeah, there's a lot of breaking news in Philadelphia right now. We'll get to that and all of the latest in that. Coming up, we have also some announcements. We'll tell you where Trump is traveling today. Latest Trump news as he's on the move, what he's announcing. We also have Dr. Marian Mass. She has her latest piece, all things medical and health. You want to hear the latest from her coming up at 10:30. At 11:30, State Senator Frank Ferry will go over the budget and SEPTA talks and what are Democrats allegedly trying to sneak by. You're going to hear that. We're also going to talk. We're going to talk about Angel Mom Patty Morin. I've talked to her many times. As you all know, her daughter Rachel, one of the many, unfortunately, women murdered by an illegal, and we have the sentencing of that killer this week, and so we'll check in with her. So much happening. You're not going to miss a thing. Stay tuned for the Dawn Show.
Dawn Show coming up 7 minutes from now. John is in Blackwood, New Jersey, and has identified the movie. Johnny, what did we just play for you?
Star Trek First Contact.
Yeah, Johnny.
Correct. Off to see Adam Sandler almost a month from today. Congratulations, John.
Thank you very much.
You got it. John in Blackwood, New Jersey. We'll have 2 more pairs for tomorrow and Friday. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Dawn is next. We're back tomorrow. Jimmy Fallon at 8:30, but right now, Greg Stock.
Today's show is sponsored by Staples. Calling all the parents and teachers at Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button, the easy button with supplies as low as 25 cents plus laptops up to 40%. Hey, guys, can we not talk over? Thank you. Do you hear them?
It's rude.
It's so
it's
rude.
just rude.
Absolutely rude.
We need a Staples button that will just silence
shut up.
them.
Yeah, shut up. Staples. Yeah. And completely oblivious. He has no idea. His headphones are off. He's already on the Schuylkill. Has no idea what's happening.
Ridiculous.
Staples, thank you very much. With supplies as low as 25 cents, plus laptops up to 40% off, and more on top brands. Thank God for us, Stensland. Thank God for us. Find it all at Staples. That was easy. Staples just got more than their money's worth. Dawn Stenson Show. You're coming up in 6 minutes.
Coming up.
Love you guys.
Love you, sweetie.
Mwah.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is home to the best Kia inventory in the Philadelphia area. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles, which come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Selling your car? We want it. And we'll pay top dollar at Kia of CherryHill.com. Bad credit? No problem. Our goal is 100% credit approval.
Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7. But